I can't wait, because mine and Carmen Carrion's new book, Freaky Folklore, Terrifying Tales of the World's Most Elusive Monsters and Enigmatic Cryptids, is coming July 16th, featuring the history and lore of terrifying folklore creatures from across the globe, alongside some cool and creepy illustrations. Pre-order today on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, or your favorite bookstore, or go to eeriecast.com/freak. The next 1,000 verified pre-orders will get a Freaky Folklore decal and a 3-month subscription code to EerieCast Plus, and all entrants will get a free PDF sneak peek of the Freaky Folklore book. To verify and for more info, go to eeriecast.com/freak. Send your scariest workplace stories to us at eeriecast.com/submit, and rate and review Tales from the Break Room on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Thanks.
Hi, welcome to Dead and Roasted. What can I get you?
Customers can be a pain, of course, but imagine the next thing entering your store to cause problems being something other than human. Enjoy this episode, featuring over 4 hours of monster encounters that happened at work or on the way to or from work, compiled from stories I've already narrated. Enjoy. Now old manager needs a break to rest his back. These are Tales from the Break Room. The Mounds. From Becca. Dog walking is pretty easy money, especially in our neighborhood where everyone seems to have some kind of fancy purebred. Quick note, I'll be using fake names for the people and dogs in this story for privacy reasons. The owners of these dogs post them all over social media, and giving out their names would be a dead giveaway. I watch the Hall's 2 corgis, Ein and Cornelius, every Thursday evening when the family goes out to dinner. Honestly, the $20 a night is mostly payment for me having to deal with Ein's grumpy, nippy butt. That dog does not like me. But what can I say? Money is money when you're 17. Last Thursday, I showed up at 6:30 as usual. Mrs. Hall ran me through everything as she attempted to wrangle a wildly wiggly Cornelius and get her earrings in at the same time. They already went potty, but Ein probably has to go again, he always does. Just lock them in the garage when you bring them home. Food and water bowls are already full. We'll be back around 9. I clipped their leashes on and headed out the door, with leash dragging Ein in the lead, looking back at me balefully every few steps. Our neighborhood is pretty nice, but there's been a ton of new construction as of late. Whole patches of skeleton houses and dug up lots along the main road. We passed a few finished but empty homes and made our way toward an open field they'd been using to dump piles of dirt, dug up from foundations. I call the place the Mounds, and usually take the dogs there at the halfway point, since it's quiet and empty. When we got within sight of the Mounds, Ein and Cornelius fell quiet, their ears perking up. Now, they do sometimes do this when they catch a weird scent or spot a neighborhood cat prowling around. I kept walking, giving a little tug on their leashes. Come on, boys. Go potty, so we can get back home. But when we reached the edge of the Mounds, instead of wandering off to sniff and mark their territory like usual, both corgis ran right up next to me with their tails tucked. Ein leaned into my legs, letting out these little stressed whines, while Cornelius stared at one of the larger mounds, statue still. Confused, I looked over in that direction too, squinting in the dim light of the safety lamp mounted on a pole nearby. I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary at first, but then I noticed movement. There was something at the top of that mound. A figure crouched down like it was trying to stay hidden. I froze, straining to understand what I was seeing. It looked like a man, almost, but very skinny, limbs too long, too spindly, with hairless pitch-black skin that seemed to absorb any faint light rather than reflect it. Even crouched, it was pretty big. I could tell it was probably as tall as a grown man, at least. My breath caught in my throat when I realized its head was tilted in our direction. It was watching us. My instincts screamed at me to run, but some deeper primal voice told me, no, don't let it know that you can see it. So, for that moment, I stood absolutely still, heart hammering, keeping my eyes carefully unfocused. I was still looking, but trying not to really look, if that makes sense. Ein whined again, louder, and that spurred me into action. I dragged my gaze away nonchalantly, giving the leashes a sharp tug towards home, keeping my voice low and even. Okay, boys, fun's over. Let's head back. They eagerly complied, galloping alongside me while I tried not to obviously sprint in panic. I felt an itch between my shoulder blades, like I was being watched as we retreated down the street. Somehow I just knew that making eye contact had been dangerous. If I had let it know that I had seen it, if it realized I was aware of it, something terrible would have happened to all three of us. I decided to take the corgis back to my place. It was closer, and it felt safer. As soon as we got inside, I locked the door behind us, shoving a squeaky, clueless Cornelius off of me. I pulled out my phone with trembling hands, calling my dad and blurting out the story before he could even say hello. As I talked, I kept glancing out the front window, even though that creature had been a good 4 blocks away. Eventually, Dad got me to slow down, and I told him steadily and exactly where I'd seen the thing. When I finished, he was quiet for a long minute. Then he told me to stay put, stay inside, and keep the doors locked. He said he was on his way home, and he would stop by the mounds to check it out himself. I paced the house anxiously until he finally got home about 20 minutes later. I'd spent the entire time watching the clock and peering out into the dark. When Dad showed up, he looked grim, waving off my barrage of questions about what he saw at first. But I wouldn't let it go until he finally sat me down, his face pale. I didn't see anything, Becca, he admitted. No tracks either, nothing disturbed. He paused, rubbing the back of his neck. But when I walked over there, I suddenly got scared, really unsettled, like I needed to leave the area immediately. Honestly, I can't explain it, and I've never felt like that before. I shivered. What if it's still there? What do you think it was? Dad shook his head firmly. It doesn't matter now. I don't want you walking near that site anymore, understand? I would prefer you to take the long way around the block from now on to walk the dogs. His tone made it clear this wasn't up for debate. After the sit-down conversation, he drove me and the corgis in his car over to the halls, locking up Ein and Cornelius in the garage for the night, as requested. We double-checked that everything was locked as it should be, making sure the dogs would be completely safe. After that, we drove home. Part of me wonders if he had seen something after all. It seemed like he was hiding the full truth from me, which would make sense since he wouldn't want me to be too scared. I've stuck to our agreement, though. I've avoided the mounds at night ever since, taking the dogs on a winding loop well away from there during my evening walks. Maybe it's nothing. My imagination combined with some weird animal that belongs in the woods, not a construction site. That's what I tell myself anyway, whenever my mind wanders back to that night, to the lanky, shadowy figure that watched me from the darkness. Somehow, I'm still sure that making eye contact, really seeing it, would have ended very badly for me and the dogs. I have no idea what it was, but I know that much is true, so I make sure not to look for it anymore, just in case. The Bunny Beneath Colchester Overpass, from Jason R. I don't know how anyone can truly retire. For myself, retirement only lasted a few weeks. My home got a fresh coat of paint. I scrubbed the outside of it completely clean. I manicured the yard. My God, I was losing my mind. Rather than listen to me whine, my wife told me to find something to do with my time, or she would strangle me. Since retiring, I became a self-employed cryptid hunter. Obviously, it doesn't pay much, and the hours suck, but you get to spend endless hours on the road, only to see nothing. When you're trying to write a book about bizarre creatures, it helps to actually be able to find said creatures. But let's be honest, how many cryptids have actually been found? Whenever my wife and I would go anywhere, we'd bring along video equipment and go on little cryptid hunts. By and large, they were exactly what one would expect. You'd go out, find nothing, or find the terrifying stomping grounds of these elusive creatures to be patches of boring forest, muddy ponds, and little else. The closest we've come to finding some mysterious creature is getting a rotten log tossed at us down in the Everglades. So, in my infinite wisdom, I decided to go after something a bit more substantial. A phantom. The spirit of a madman who has haunted the Virginia countryside for over a century. The Bunny Man. I thought it was a joke. I mean, who in their right mind would fear the Bunny Man? I do, now. Whenever we go out on our little voyages, I do a deep dive on all the lore of whichever entity we're hunting. In terms of the Bunny Man, there's a ton of records and information. Most of it is confusing, and in more than a few cases, it's contradictory. I'm going to try to separate the different origins and backgrounds as best I can. There are different aspects of these variations that pop in and out of new sightings and reports. Long story short, it's a muddled, historical mess. If you look up the Bunny Man on Wikipedia, you'll be told that his story began in 1970. Well, so much for Wikipedia. The first reports of a Bunny Man stretch all the way back to the early 1900s. That's right, his story is over 120 years old. To most people of Fairfax County, Virginia, the Bunny Man is less a cryptid and more an urban legend. As I would later find out, it's much more than just a folktale. The first report of this creature or person is as ridiculous as the name suggests. Either a person or people claim to have seen a giant, vaguely man-shaped bunny rabbit, or a man in a rabbit costume. Things become a lot less funny when you discover that this entity was spotted holding a large knife. The foundation of the Bunny Man legend starts with the most classic of classic horror tropes, an escaped mental patient. You see, once upon a time, an insane asylum existed in Clifton, Virginia. The area's population had boomed after the close of the Civil War. As you can imagine, these people didn't want to raise their kids next to what they perceived was a threat. Residents started a petition asking for the inmates to be moved to Lorton Prison. As so often is the case in these legends, one of the vehicles transporting the inmates wrecked. 10 inmates were able to escape. After an exhaustive search, all but 2 of the men were found and captured. That left Marcus Walster and Douglas Griffin. In a rather depressing indictment of law enforcement of the area, after a while, the search for these men was called off. But then one day, Walster was found. Or at least, his body was. It was discovered, hanging from the Colchester overpass. As is the case with most myths and legends, there are parts which just don't pass the smell test. In this case, it was what was found near his body that raises some red flags. According to legend, a footprint was found near his corpse. Inside the footprint was a message. "You will never find me, and you know it too. Signed, the Bunny Man." The more I looked into it, the more disturbing things got. In 1905, some teens decided to pay a visit to Colchester Overpass. It was a horrifically bad idea. Since the discovery of Walster's body, it had been nicknamed Bunny Man's Bridge. I say horrifically because according to the legend, the kids' mutilated bodies were found hanging from that bridge, just as Marcus Walster's had, half a decade earlier. The overpass became a local boogeyman. Parents forbade their kids from going anywhere near the place. Who could blame them? Anytime a kid got out of line, their parents would warn them that the Bunny Man was coming for them, so they'd better behave or they'd find their body hanging from the bridge. Now, let me stop right there and say that is one of the most jacked up things I saw while doing my research. Whichever parent said that to their kid needs to receive regular visits from Child Protective Services. Fast forward a few decades. In 1970, a report came out about a lunatic running around in a bunny costume wielding a hatchet. Needless to say, he was not out chopping wood. But in this chapter of the Bunny Man saga, things veered more toward the plausible. On a cold night in October of 1970, U.S. Air Force Academy cadet Robert Bennett and his fiancée were traveling along Guinea Road in the small town of Burke. They parked and got ready to visit Bennett's uncle. Something outside their car moved, catching their eyes. Before they could react, the front passenger window was smashed in. Terrified, they looked out the gaping hole and saw a man standing outside. He began to scream at them about how they were trespassing on private property and that he had their license number. Looking down, they found the hatchet that the madman had lobbed at them lying on the floor of the car. When you look into these accounts, it's critical to just report the facts. And the fact is, the two witnesses didn't agree as to what they saw. Bennett said he had seen a man in a bunny suit. His fiancée said the man was dressed in a white robe and tall pointed hat. Make of that what you will. Maybe it's just me, but the strangest thing about this story was what the police did with the hatchet after they completed their investigation. They gave it back to Bennett. 10 days later, on October 29th, the Bunny Man struck again. A security guard named Paul Phillips saw someone standing on the porch of a home undergoing construction. The house was located in Kings Park West on Guinea Road, the same road that Bennett and his fiancée had parked on just a week and a half earlier. Phillips' description is similar to the Air Force cadets in several ways. He claimed to see a man dressed in a bunny suit, although he said the costume was black, gray, and white, not just white. Another commonality between the two reports is the theme that Bunny Man didn't appreciate people wandering into his territory, with shouts of, "You are trespassing," and "If you come any closer, I'll chop off your head." To prove he meant business, Bunny Man began chopping at the porch with an axe. Phillips provided a more detailed description of this loon. The guard said he was about 20 years old, a little over 5.5 feet tall, weighing about 175 pounds. How he could gauge the weight of a man dressed in a bunny suit is both impressive and dubious. Try as I might, I couldn't find anything that suggested Phillips had heard about Bennett's encounter. If he had been aware, it would have explained what happened next. In the weeks after Bennett and Phillips' alleged encounters, the police received more than 50 reports from citizens claiming they too had encountered a madman dressed as a giant bunny rabbit. I'm sure you can imagine that when a sensational story comes out about a monster, UFO, or whatnot, everyone and their brother claims they too had a similar experience. As for me, at the time, I was having a hard time buying into this cryptid. Apparently, the Fairfax County Police had felt the same way. With little to no evidence, they closed both cases without making an arrest. One notable newspaper, at least it was back then, published an article claiming that Bunnyman had eaten somebody's cat. As I drove my way toward the center of the Bunnyman legend, I tried to wrap my head around over a century's worth of reports. One thing I could say with certainty was that the Bunnyman defies classification. Each generation has added its own layer to the myth, or mangled what has come before. When you do what I do, you live a life reading between the lines. You hunt down articles hoping to find a few words that would help you pinpoint a specific location, or maybe an address, something about the description, anything. Allow me to say from experience, more than a few cryptid hunters out there are fueled more by emotion and passion, rather than a dedication to the facts and science. After trolling through some of the sites with information about the Bunnyman, I wanted to cry. Some are plagiarism personified. Others not only contradicted other sources, but themselves as well. As the years passed, the legends devolved. Claims began circulating that on midnight on Halloween, you could see a flash of light at the bridge. Now, the legend of the Bunnyman has escaped its Virginia confines and has spread across the nation. There's a series of Bunnyman movies, and you can even get a Bunnyman t-shirt or get hammered on Bunnyman beer. Is it any wonder that most people don't take reports like these seriously? Anyway, there's one thing that appears in almost all tellings of the Bunnyman story: Colchester Overpass. Packing my Hyundai Elantra with food and sodas and donning my warmest coat, I headed to Virginia in search of a monster. For this particular excursion, I was going it alone. The wife had put her foot down when I suggested we go hunting for a homicidal maniac dressed in a rabbit costume. I nearly got knocked out by a skunk ape. I don't want my tombstone to read, "Here lies Alice, killed by a moron dressed like Bugs Bunny." With a kiss and a shake of her head, she wished me the best of luck as I started out on my voyage. During my research, I discovered that it's all but illegal to stake the bridge out on Halloween. Local law enforcement has been known to go as far as to block off the bridge during the spooky holiday. Just to be safe, I decided not to visit the disturbing landmark on Halloween. I didn't want to get arrested for trespassing, but I also knew treading on his domain was the one thing I could do that would draw the Bunnyman's attention. I didn't think there was much chance I'd see much of anything. The main reason I went was to do some research and to be able to say that I'd actually been there. After checking in at my hotel, I spent the day traveling around the local area. It's less than 6 miles between Bunnyman Bridge and Kings Park West. It didn't take me long to get a general lay of the land. I stopped at stores and drove up and down the streets. Everywhere I went, things felt off. The people, the buildings, everything seemed to be under the influence of something. I scolded myself. Dude, stop. You just got here. The bridge itself is about as boring as one would imagine, well, during the day. When it got dark, everything changed. The faded whites and muted grays became deeper, darker. I don't know how to describe it, but deeper fits the best. It felt like the whole area sank into itself, falling into the dark. Everything in the surrounding area just started steeping into the growing blackness as the sun dipped below the horizon. In a lot of the stories you hear on this channel, there are always statements that things just got quiet, or the sounds of animals in the wind disappeared. That's sort of what happened on my first night there, but not really. The environment made me feel like sounds of joy never existed at all. The whole area around the bridge felt as if it was detached from the rest of the world. It was almost like I couldn't hear, or that I was underwater, or something else. And then I got cold, bone-achingly cold. I felt like I was suffering from hypothermia, despite being completely warm and dry. I'm not easily unnerved. Most of the places I visit don't so much as elicit a yawn. But it felt like this bridge was swallowing the world around me. There were no flashes of light on the night I was there. If anything, things just seemed to get darker and harder. When I say harder, I mean difficult to move. It's like when you try to run when you're dreaming, and no matter how hard you try, you can't exceed a slow crawl. That's when I heard them, the voices. There were definitely voices in the dark. At first, they seemed to be coming from a great distance away, so distant that I couldn't quite make them out. As they grew nearer, I was able to pick out words amongst all the gibberish. Not here, and you can't find me, were the ones that I heard the clearest. Something was out there, but it didn't appear focused or coherent. I think Colchester Overpass is a wrinkle of unresolved horrors and tragedies that pull pain in towards itself. It might have always been that way, and the Bunny Man stories just gave the dark energy a form. Or maybe the entity is just a touchstone that the locals internalized as a symbol of the dark presence that lurks there. I didn't consider any of this at the time. The closer the voices became, the more my rational mind screamed at me to run. I got back in my car and drove to the hotel as fast as I could. I prayed that whatever lurked out there hadn't followed me. To my horror, it did. On the way back, I encountered several people who seemed out of place, given how late it was. Entering the hotel lobby, I nearly bumped into a worn-looking man in his mid-30s. He seemed to come alive as soon as he caught sight of me. "Did you have fun out there tonight?" That was the final straw. I packed my bags and left that night. On the way back, I had lots of time to think. I started to develop a theory. What if, all those years ago, something happened there? What if the fabric of the region had become unsettled somehow? When I'd been there, it had felt like I was walking through Stephen King's It. It was as if some force had taken over the area, smothering it in its dark embrace. Poetic license aside, there was something about the region that made me glad to head home. On the way back, I found myself wondering, did the Bunny Man murders create a paranormal scar that impacts the area to this very day? Is that why the entity has appeared in so many different incarnations throughout the decades? I don't think the Bunny Man is a cryptid, or even an urban legend. I think it's an influence. Something there causes bad things to happen. It brings out the worst in people, and I'm very happy to declare that I will never be going back there again. In fact, after my experiences at Bunnyman Bridge, I'm not sure I'll be doing any more field research for my book. North Pole Nightmare, from Lord of PTT. The story I'm going to tell you happened to me 10 years ago, and it changed my life forever. I'm a retired marine biologist. I retired about 10 years ago, in fact, and that's about when this story was happening. You see, as a marine biologist, you first need to pass standard Army education and camps, and then, if you're good enough to be chosen, you can pick what you want to specialize in. I liked nature. I would often go mountain climbing, exploring forests, photographing wildlife, and so on. So, when I got the chance to choose my field of work, I chose to be a marine biologist. Over the years, I visited a lot of countries and researched their ecosystems. My team consisted of 4 people. Me, of course, my best friend John, and 2 close friends Michael and Gabe. Throughout the years, we've been on a lot of missions and grew really close. But everything changed on what would be our last mission. We were going to the North Pole. Until that point, the hardest mission we'd been on was in the Amazon forest. We were taking some samples from the forest, and we needed to stay for a couple of days, and I can say with all honesty it was a very unpleasant experience. The rain almost never stops, so you're wet 99% of the time. The bugs crawl all over you and you're constantly surrounded by predators. But that mission, no matter how hard it was, could not prepare me for what would happen at the North Pole. One day we came into the conference room for a meeting. Our boss debriefed us, saying we'd be heading to the North Pole soon, taking samples of ice for a study related to climate change. Interesting, I said to myself. Never been to the North Pole. Never thought I'd go. Our boss told us we would be staying there for about 3 weeks. We would be located at some military base. You can work in peace there. There's no one there at this time of year, he added. After our duties were explained, Michael, Gabe, John, and I went for lunch, discussing the things and equipment we needed to take for the mission. A few days later, we said goodbye to our families and off we were to the North Pole. I can tell you that the person who left for the North Pole that day isn't the same person who returned home from there. Things weren't going right from the start. The original plan was that the helicopter that would fly us there would leave us next to the military base, but as we came closer to the base, a nasty storm started to form. Our pilot told us that he would need to leave us further from the base. "Just our luck," I jokingly said to my group. "Man, I hate the cold," Gabe said. "Stop complaining, Gabe, you chose this job," John added. After we landed and took our stuff and equipment, we decided to make shelter. We would just have to reach the base tomorrow. It's hard to explore the North Pole in the summer because of the thin ice, so our mission was happening in the late winter. So besides extraordinarily low temperatures, we were surrounded by constant night. We set up 2 tents, one for John and I and the other for Gabe and Michael. After dinner in our tents, we prepared for sleep. Maybe an hour after falling asleep, John woke me up in a panic. "Hey, wake up. There's something outside the tents," he whispered to me while shaking me. I quickly came to, pulling a gun from my nearby bag. "What do you mean? What is it, John? Some animal?" I asked. "I don't really know for sure, but be ready, it sounds big." As the time passed, we heard it walking around the tents. I decided to take out the flashlight to better see what it was. As I turned it on, I quickly regretted my decision. By the noises we heard, we expected it to be a polar bear at worst. But the shadow I saw was nowhere near a polar bear. What John and I saw was standing on 2 legs and neared 7 feet tall. I quickly turned off the flashlight. John and I began to pray under our breaths, hoping that it would not attack. We both had our guns ready. I felt a cold sweat developing on my forehead, my heart pounding like mad. I'd been on plenty of missions, but I had never seen anything like that. After maybe 10 minutes, the sounds stopped. John and I quickly but quietly got out of the tent and entered Michael's and Gabe's. After we woke them up and explained what happened, they weren't too convinced by our story. "It's just a polar bear. There's some of them around here," Michael said. "I know what I saw, and we need to be careful, Michael," John replied. "Arguing isn't going to help. We can rest for a couple more hours, but then we need to get to the base," I said. "But I want you all to be extremely careful." Everyone quickly agreed. We rested for a few hours. It took us maybe 2 hours of a cold and hard walk through the snow and ice to make it to the military base. This base wasn't anything special. It was a medium-sized camp with 2 rooms for sleeping, a small kitchen, a small toilet, and the main room. When we arrived, we quickly turned on the generator to get the power and heat going. Then we started to unpack our gear. We had a lot of lab equipment, drills, gadgets, and computers. As we finished setting up, Michael notified our superiors via radio that we'd arrived. And after a quick meal of canned food, we decided to start work. Our first goal was to find a bigger crack in the ice surface, so we could go down it and take deeper pieces of ice for our study. Luckily, we found a crack about 10 minutes away from the base. We set up 2 ropes to climb down. The whole thing wasn't that deep, but because it was dark, we couldn't see too well. Gabe and John were in charge of rope management, and Michael and I were sent down to take the samples. After a 20-foot descent, Michael and I reached a small platform. "All right, Michael, you take ice samples from this platform and I'll try to reach the bottom," I told Michael as I headed down. As I reached the bottom, I noticed there was some kind of cave system. There were multiple holes around me. Place is bigger than I thought to myself. I quickly took my equipment and began to break the ice. It didn't take long for me to get this strange feeling that I was being watched. I began to constantly look around to see if I was safe, but one flashlight doesn't give you that much vision. As I began to finish up the job, I heard massive footsteps, and then I heard growling. I quickly looked in the direction of one of the cave entrances. I saw something. It wasn't a polar bear. It wasn't any other creature known to live in the North Pole. This was something different. It was huge, walking on 2 legs, covered in white fur. I could make out big red eyes and impossibly long teeth. I froze for a moment. I had no idea what to do. My mind tried to figure out what this thing was, but it came up empty. I stood there for a few moments just frozen, like everything else around me. It felt as if my heart was going to explode. I then decided to take a few steps back, signaling John and Gabe to pull me out of the crack. As I took one step backwards, the ice under me made a little cracking sound. In that moment, the creature began to run right at me. Then I started to scream, calling for John and Gabe to pull me out. I could tell they were probably confused, but they quickly did what I said. Luckily for me, Michael was already done with his part of the job, so all 3 of them were there to quickly pull me out as I barely escaped this thing. By the time I reached the platform where Michael and I had split up, it was gone. After the guys pulled me out, they started to ask what happened. "Guys, give me 5 minutes, man. I gotta catch my breath," I told them. After a moment, I swallowed hard. "We're not alone here. I saw... To be honest, I don't know what I saw down there, but some kind of creature tried to attack me," I explained. "What kind of creature?" Gabe asked. As I described it to them, I could see their faces becoming more and more serious. They knew me. We'd worked together for a while. They knew I wasn't making things up. "We're probably dealing with some kind of Yeti-like thing," Gabe said. John chimed in. "Gabe, you always act like you know everything. Do you really think that's a Yeti? Or don't you think that idea's a bit stupid?" "Well, no matter what it is, we need to be careful. From now on, we'll always take our guns with us, understand?" Michael said. We all agreed. Thankfully, we had all the samples we needed for the day, so we went back to the base. During dinner, we discussed our options. One thing was clear. Our mission had just begun. Even if we wanted to cancel it, it would be a while before help could come get us. And that would be very expensive, leading to very upset superiors. "All right then, we'll do our jobs as quickly as possible and get the heck out of here," I said to the guys. The next few days were pretty stressful. We were always paranoid and afraid. We didn't know what to expect. I was always holding on to my gun just to feel extra safe. To our luck, in those few days, all we saw were a few Arctic foxes. One night, maybe a couple of weeks later, As we slept, we heard a loud banging on the main base door. We were all quickly awake, turning on the lights. "What's going on?" Michael said. "It's that creature. I think it's back," I told him. We were all terrified. There's nothing we could really do. We just prayed that the doors would hold. All of a sudden, I felt a rush of adrenaline. "Guys, come on. We need to support that door." We all rushed over, barricading the doors, pushing ourselves against it too. It felt as if that thing on the other side was about to get in. I don't remember ever being that scared before. I'd been in perilous situations before, but this was different. Eventually, the thing on the other side relented. It gave up, and we could finally let go of the doors. By then, we were all trembling. After the attack, or near attack, we further barricaded the door and decided to sleep in shifts, so there was always one person awake. The next morning, I said to Michael, "Man, we have the radio. We can call for a helicopter and get out of here." "I know, but we have a bit of a job left. 5 days at most." "We guard the doors, do the job, and we get out," Michael said. And I had to agree. One day after that, we were crossing over a little mountain near the base. The terrain was awful there, so we needed to walk very carefully. Just as we reached the top, I missed a step and began to fall. But I didn't fall all the way. Even so, I managed to break my leg. "You all right?" John called out. "I've been better, guys. Think my leg is broken," I said. We canceled our plans for the day, going back to the base so we could take a closer look at my injury. That's pretty bad. We need to call for help. Worst case scenario, he dies from this," Gabe explained after looking at my leg. Michael quickly took out our radio, calling for an emergency helicopter. You see, the emergency helicopter is a lot smaller than the one in which we came. It couldn't hold our equipment and all 4 of us. After a quick chat, we decided that John would leave with me and that Gabe and Michael would stay here for a few more days to finish up the job. To be honest, I wasn't too sure about that deal. I didn't want to leave Gabe and Michael out here alone with that creature. The helicopter arrived the very next day, and as John and I were leaving, I told Michael and Gabe to be extremely careful. "Will do. See you soon," they said to us. "Yeah, see you soon," I called out. Little did I know then, that was the last I'd ever see of them. When the emergency helicopter made it to its destination, I was quickly sent to surgery. Turned out to be a broken femur. If I didn't come back, I'd probably have lost my leg. As I rested in the army hospital, I anxiously waited for Gabe and Michael to come back. Then the day arrived, the day I would remember for the rest of my life. I was eating some lunch. John was with me because he came to check up on me. Our boss entered the room with the most serious look on his face I'd ever seen. He closed the door, and in his hands he had some kind of file. "Is everything all right, sir? Have Gabe and Michael come back?" I asked. "Gentlemen, I don't know how to say this to you, but Gabe and Michael, they're no longer with us." As our boss said that, I felt a cold sweat coming on. "What? How? Are you sure? What happened?" John began to ask, but our boss repeated, "Gentlemen, I do not know what to say." He then handed us a file, explaining that when the pickup team arrived to pick up Michael and Gabe, they found the main doors beaten inwards, and the inside of the base was completely trashed. The file contained pictures that shocked me. The base, our equipment, our things, everything had been destroyed, and there was what appeared to be bloodstains. In one of these pictures, I saw something. On the floor next to a broken mess of things was a tuft of white fur. After recovering from my injury, I quickly left that job. A funeral was held for my friends and people were asking us questions, but I didn't know what to tell them. I felt responsible for their deaths. If I hadn't been so clumsy, if I hadn't broken my leg, the four of us could have kept that thing at bay or even killed it. But I had messed up and abandoned them. I have no idea what it was we saw, and I don't know why it wanted us dead. But of one thing I am certain. It is real, and it's still out there, somewhere in the North Pole. Bizarre creature on the way to work. From Anonymous Ranger. This all started back in the 90s. I was a park ranger in the northern part of the US. For my sake and the families involved, I won't say which state it was, but suffice to say it was around the northern border of America. I was on my way back to work after an amazing honeymoon with my husband, and while he had known about my career choice, he never liked me being off alone in nature. He was afraid for me because I was and always will be a short woman. I'm pretty thin overall, maybe 100 pounds soaking wet. But that's not the point of this story. My husband wanted me to stay at home and have a baby, but that just wasn't for me. Instead, I demanded I get to go back to spending days, sometimes weeks or months at a time amongst the trees and nature. Sadly, I never got to work my favorite job again. Not really, anyway. It was a pretty far drive away since I moved into my husband's home across the entire state, but it was worth it. Snow on treetops as far as the eyes can see, it's never not beautiful. The long drives in nature were always my favorite, though now I don't think I can stomach one anymore. It was winter then. I'd signed on to the fire watch to make sure that despite all the snow, no dumb kids or irresponsible people left fires going long into the night. And while that is what my job description for that time was, I was really there to make sure hikers didn't get lost and to keep a lookout for our wildlife with how horrible the winter had been up to this point. I'd driven in with my '92 Ford to the ranger station, and from there, after many well wishes and gossip with the girls, I was on my way to my favorite fire watch tower for the winter. If my memory serves me well, it should have been a 3-hour drive to the best location to park to head to the tower. The road continually got rougher, and eventually I couldn't go much farther. Though not the parking area I wanted to park at, I figured once it let up a bit, I'd be able to drive in to my preferred spot. I took out my map and circled on it where I'd parked and looked at the trek ahead of me. It was far. I'd hiked much farther before, though, so I wasn't too worried about it. Hiking in the snow was something I really used to love. The crunching underfoot, the blanket of white with occasional animal tracks. It felt as if I was in a storybook or even a fairy tale. This right here was the reason I needed to come back to this job. While I did and still do love my husband, my one true love would always be nature. The day went by in a flash for me. Walking through the snow, taking breaks when I grew tired, drawing in my notebooks and taking pictures with my camera to show everyone when I finally got back. It was just one of those days where you blink and suddenly it's gone, and the sun's about to set. From what I could see on my map, I was just about to the tower, but I wasn't sure if I could camp for the night or not. The idea of getting into the warm tower and getting to talk to the ranger who had been there before sounded lovely. Hot chocolate, a warm, well, warmer than camping, bed, but at the same time the forest I loved and cherished was vanishing quickly into a whirlwind of white and black. It would have been too easy to miss the tower completely. I made an educated choice and began to unpack my bags, setting up camp so I wouldn't end up lost in the snowy wilderness. I began to set up my tent and pack the snow. I put some of the firewood I'd brought into a pile and started a nice campfire. I took all the proper steps to camp out in the snow, something I'm honestly quite fond of. I remember looking up at the tower in the distance, still a good ways away from me before the sun fully set, thinking how lucky they were to be in an actual shelter. I cooked my dinner that night, some sort of meat if I remember correctly. I mean, I distinctly remember it smelling like meat, but I could be wrong. So I ate my dinner, put out the fire, and went to bed for the night. My tent and sleeping bag were as warm as they could be, and I was enjoying camping again after the months of being away from it all. The sound of the wind against the tent started to lull me to sleep, and quickly I began to have a dream. I don't remember what it was about. I remember waking to a god-awful howl. I awoke with a jolt. I scrambled up and out of my tent, flashlight in hand. I shone it into the snowy landscape, searching for the source of that noise. "Hello?" I yelled out into the night. I remember thinking someone might be hurt. It's okay. I'm a park ranger. Do you need help? Where are you?" I shouted again. The cold air irritated my throat after every question. Looking around again, I couldn't find anything. I tried to remember which direction it came from, but I couldn't. It was also my job to help people in these situations. It was the entire reason I was stationed out here for the rest of winter. I went back into my tent, grabbing my gear and rolling up my sleeping bag in record time in case I got lost. I left my tent there, not enough time to take it down. I want to say it took me about 10 minutes to get fully ready and work up the nerve to head out in a direction. If I'm being honest now, my starting direction was random, but at the time I had convinced myself the scream had come from that direction. I marched into the snow, flashlights dancing across the trees. Another scream came about 5 minutes later, if I'm thinking back correctly. At least it felt like 5 minutes. Not much time had passed, that was for sure. I was closer to it this time. It sounded feminine from what I could make out. "Ma'am? Are you okay? What's wrong?" I screamed into the night again, but nothing but hibernating trees could be seen. "Hello? You there?" I took a moment and covered my mouth back up for a bit. I warmed my face with my breath until it felt a bit warmer. But during that time, I heard another shriek. This one sounded like a word. Like, help. But I could have just been trying to make sense of it. It came from a bit more to the right than the last one. I finished heating my throat up a bit, then yelled again. "Stay where you are. I'll come to you." I raced off again then, into the night, my feet crunching through the snow quickly. And as quickly as I'd set out, I stopped. I saw tracks in the snow. Looking around, there was blood too, as well as boot prints. I followed the boot tracks for a while, but the trail abruptly ended near a larger pool of blood. This person had seemingly vanished. I swung around wildly, and while I wanted to call out to find them, something in me, something deep in my survival instincts, kept me silent. It was like the person had been lifted up from the spot and disappeared into nothingness. I took a deep breath and tried to think what I should do. A scream echoed out into the night again, closer than before. I panicked and I ran. This time I didn't need to convince myself a random direction was correct. Instead, I just fled into the night. Trees flew by in a blur as I weaved in and out of them, trying to put them between myself and whatever had made that horrible noise. I ran until my lungs burned and felt frozen from the cold. I spun around and shone my flashlight to look for whatever or whoever it was. Another shriek echoed through the forest as I glanced around. It was close. I tried to figure out how it had followed me so easily, but then I remembered I was shining a blindingly bright light all around the forest. I jammed my thumb against the button. Instantly, I was submerged in darkness. The wind howled as I heard crunching in the snow. Slowly I stepped, making sure to move as silently as possible. I made my way to the closest tree, or at least where I had memorized it to be, and I hunkered down next to it, covering myself in the snow. There I waited as I heard crunching coming up to where I'd been standing a few seconds before, followed by another deafening shriek. This one felt more angry than the others. I shivered from the cold and shook from anxiety. I held my breath, waiting for this thing to spot me, for this creature or person I couldn't even see to see me in the absolute darkness. I waited, every second feeling like hours, The crunching grew closer. The air started to smell horrid and foul, like a septic tank. I prayed silently as it got closer and closer and closer, until it went past me. I stayed still, waiting for it to pop out from the other side and snag me. But when it never happened, I thanked my lucky stars and quietly got myself up, ready to go again. I had a single goal in mind: get to the tower and report either a rabid animal or a deranged person, and report a possible missing person. Then the police would be involved. I turned my head around toward the tower, or where it should have been. I was always good at navigating in the dark, a special talent of mine, or maybe I was just always lucky. I started off in that direction, going as slowly as I could. The whole time, I kept an ear out for that person or animal. By some miracle, I found myself clutching onto one of the legs of the tower soon enough. I climbed the steps slowly, making sure that my footsteps wouldn't alert anyone of my presence. At the top, I saw the lights were out, but the dim glow from some electronic device illuminated the room lightly. I don't know exactly what it was. I pressed my hands against the glass and squinted in. I saw someone lying there on the bed. I knocked on the door to wake them up, but they didn't stir a bit. I knocked again, louder this time, but still nothing. I grabbed the door handle and opened the door. It was unlocked. I walked inside and checked on this person. I shook them, hoping to wake them up, but still nothing. I took a deep breath, then I clicked on my flashlight. Red everywhere. The person lying there had been turned into a bloody mess. I looked at my hands and saw them drenched in blood. I screamed. I knew I shouldn't have, but I did. There was nothing else I could do. Another shriek from that person or thing outside responded to me. I panicked and slammed the door closed. I quickly dragged some furniture in front of it and ran to the radio. It was completely busted. I looked around and I saw what had been illuminating the room. An old alarm clock. Its dim green glow was too bright now, though. I spun it around and scrambled to pull out the batteries. Then I prepared myself as best I could. I decided to huddle in for the night. Come morning, if I survived, I would make my way back to my car. For the first bit, I actually started to feel hopeful. There were no noises, no shrieks, nothing. That wasn't until I heard the steady thuds of steps going up the tower. Thud, thud, thud. I searched around desperately, trying to find a place to hide. More thuds. I decided that despite how it always ended in the movies, I hid underneath the bed and I prayed. I waited. The thuds continued all the way up to the door, when I then heard a crash against it. The glass from the small window shattered. Another crash. The couch squeaked across the wooden floor. A third crash, and the couch was flung across the room. The door slammed against the wall, followed by the creaks of steps. The wood groaned under its weight, whatever it was. I heard sniffing and more crashing about the room. I held my breath. Then came a crunching, ripping noise from above me. A liquid dripped onto the floor in pitters and patters. I waited until eventually it sounded like the thing left, but I didn't dare crawl out from under that bed. I rolled onto my side and began to cry. My eyes hurt from the tears. I cried until I couldn't anymore, wiping away all the water from my face and drying it with my clothes. At some point, I passed out, and I wouldn't wake up until morning. When I pried myself out from under the bed that morning, I had to do everything in my power not to throw up from the smell and sight. I staggered and hobbled down the steps and into the woods, and after a quick glance, I began to run. I don't think I stopped once. It was a long run, longer than any I'd done before or since. But I found my way back to my vehicle and climbed inside, flooring it back to the station. My report was filed, making sure not to mention that what I assumed it wasn't human nor a normal animal. I simply stated that I did not see who or what it was. Eventually, I was interrogated about the story. The questions are what truly makes me think it wasn't human. I was asked never to speak of it, but after hearing the stories of other former park rangers, I have no reason not to share. And while I do still love how well America takes care of its own nature at times, I fear now more than ever. The reason for that is to hide things like what I encountered that night. When I told my husband, he was shocked. All he could do was hold me. However, I don't think he really believed me when I said it was a monster, especially because I never saw it directly. But from all the accounts I've heard online, I do truly believe with all my heart that I may have encountered a Wendigo, and I also truly believe that it's still out there. With every missing person that's filed in these national parks, I consider myself luckier and luckier that I was not added to that list, that I wasn't hunted down and killed by it. It watches me through the cameras. From Leo. I work as a security guard for an office building. Most of my interactions with the people there are with the law firm that works in that building. But technically, I work for the whole building. There are occasional business meetings from other companies, and the electricians that are in their offices most of the week. All in all, it's pretty quiet. I enjoy being able to stay seated for the workday, unless, of course, some dispute or incident occurs. But those are very few and very far between. The worst that had happened, up till this point, was a crazed ex trying to enter the building despite one of the lawyers having a restraining order. This changed recently, though, and while I don't think it's enough to get me to leave my job, it has definitely made my nights more interesting, and I don't look forward to them as much. I've been at this job close to a decade now. The owners and security company treat me really well, so it sucks that I'm feeling this way. For reference, I usually work 15-hour shifts for only a few days a week. I keep watch on the cameras to see if anything's going on. Occasionally, I act also as a sort of greeter to the building, just helping everyone feel safe. I'm a bit older, so besides that one encounter with the ex I told you before, and maybe one or two more I'm forgetting right now, I usually call up the younger officers to have them deal with anything that gets physical. As it gets later into the day, it ends up being just me in the building, usually, and I like it that way. Moving around too much makes my back and knees ache, and I enjoy the pay for my longer hours as it helps me put my kids through community college. So on average, my nights are like this. Watch the cameras to make sure everyone from the law firm gets to their cars safe. Do a final set of rounds with the youngins. They often beat me back to the security office, as it takes me a bit to do my area. Then I usually hang out near the desk at the entrance, just to make sure all the electricians get to their cars safe too. This isn't really a job of mine, but I enjoy talking and catching up to some of them. The way I see it, my job is to keep everyone safe until they leave the property. I feel as though I should always keep my eye on them even as they leave. After this, I make sure everyone has left the building. Then I say goodbye and goodnight to all the rest of the team, usually 2 other officers, and I settle into my desk, checking the various cameras until the graveyard shift guard comes to relieve me of duty. I do this 3 or 4 days a week, and in my older age, I enjoy having 3 to 4 days of rest. I definitely need it to keep up with all the chaos of my home life with grandkids and all that. Well, the problem is, a month ago, I've noticed something very strange going on outside the back of the building. In that specific area on the camera, I can see maybe 2 or 3 cars at most. More often than not, it's just my old beat-up Chevy. Behind the lot, there's a bit of wilderness, as I call it, but really it's just about 1 or 2 overgrown lots. Never been cleared as far as I know, and I don't think anyone ever will. I know that land sold a while back, maybe 8 or 9 years ago. We all expected a new office or an apartment complex then, maybe even a burger joint or some other fast food restaurant. But no, nothing ever came of it. I say this to paint a picture of what it looks like back there, and for you to fully understand why I became a bit nervous of a possible incident when I saw through the camera a pale man crawling out of the brush in that area on all fours. My first thought was either this is a prank, something I rarely have to deal with. The only kids who come by the buildings are just taking shortcuts. Or this is someone who is really strung out on substances. The city I live in doesn't have much problems with substances. I would say that overall it's a very clean place. And on top of that, the substances I've heard about around here aren't the kinds of things that lead to someone crawling around on all fours like a wild animal. A bit resentfully, I remember wanting an easy last day for the week. So I got up, my legs and lower back popping, and I stretched for a moment, keeping my eyes on the camera to see exactly what this person was going to do. At the moment, they were just running about, ducking between the cars back and forth, I think. If it was something more, I didn't piece it together yet. It really just looked like someone losing their mind, leaping around like that Gollum guy from Lord of the Rings. I made sure to grab my flashlight and cuffs, and I headed towards the back exit. I remember having my keys on me to make sure I couldn't get locked out. I made my way out the back door. I was hoping and praying the person hadn't got up to anything weirder since I left the cameras. I made sure to open the door quietly. Well, as quietly as those metal push-bar doors can be opened, and I shone my flashlight out into the darkness with a click. I caught a glimpse of this individual as they quickly crawled into the bushes. I'm not sure how fast it was, but it was very fast, and while I was a bit concerned on the off chance it was someone in trouble, I got the hint that they did not want to be seen. I checked to make sure the back door was locked, and I went on back to my station. For the rest of the night, nothing else appeared on those cameras that was weird. Later on, I told my daughter about this incident when I got home. Due to her work and child schedule, she's a bit of a night owl. We often talk a bit before she's off to bed, and then it's my turn to watch the little ones. When I told her about it, she was freaked out to say the least, telling me I needed to bring a gun or a knife to my next shift. But I told her to not worry about it so much, that my old mind was probably just playing tricks on me, and that maybe I needed to get a bit more sleep each night. She agreed, but she made me promise to bring a pocket knife at least to my next shift. With her being as stern as her old lady was, I couldn't really say no. After my weekend, I made extra sure to bring my pocket knife along, just as she asked. The first 2 nights back were uneventful, well, at least pertaining to that thing that came out of the brush. I did have a scare when someone was accidentally locked in the building and knocked on my office door suddenly and loudly. That turned out to be a bad case of food poisoning. They didn't feel safe driving, so they wanted to stay in the office until they felt better enough to drive. Not really a big problem at all security-wise, but I still would have preferred if someone had told me about this. Besides that, the week was going well. One day, or night really, I was rocking back and forth in my chair enjoying a podcast when I saw the same pale person crawl out of the tree line. I stared at them for a moment. Then I saw them look right at the camera. I finally got a good long look at the person while I froze in horror. Now, in all my days, I've never seen anything like it. Its eyes were sunken in deep. It was much, much taller than I first thought when I saw it that other night. At least, it would have been if it was standing straight up. It also seemed to have very long nails or claws, which looked dirty, but I wasn't sure from what. They appeared to be dark brown in color. Anyhow, the thing eventually slinked back into the wilderness. I wasn't sure how long I'd just been sitting there studying it, but I noticed my shift was just about over, and my phone had died at some point, I'm not sure when. Once my shift had come to an end, I was released for the night. I didn't stay to chat to the guy who replaced me. I just ran as fast as my old legs could take me to my vehicle, and I drove straight home. I told my daughter about it that night. She grew more concerned, Worried I was possibly either losing it or I had a stalker of some kind. We weren't big fans of either of these ideas. Nothing else happened that week, and my son took me to the doctors that weekend. I know I didn't tell the whole truth to them, but I didn't want to be told I couldn't work anymore, or that I'd have to be put in a home or something like that. On my way back home from the doctor visit, my son told me he believed me and that he didn't think I was making it up. He wanted me to try to get some recordings, so I tried to do that the next time I went to work. I talked to some of the more tech-savvy guards, finding out how to get them on my phone, but I made sure not to tell them the times or days I wanted, just that there was some stuff I wanted to look over again. I'm not sure what they thought I wanted, but they did show me how. They're good people like that. I remember vividly my daughter's and son's reactions to the video I showed them. Both assumed I had some sort of freak stalker and that I should just call the police. I wish I had at this point, but I was stubborn. I had it in my head that I was a security guard, and I didn't have a need for police to interfere with my work. Now, I've seen it just about every shift since then, and when it comes, it always at some point starts to watch me, looking through the camera. The worst, though, was the day a boy had come by, asking me if he could put up a missing cat flyer in the window for a calico named Tabby. He told me he lived nearby and that Tabby had gone off into the overgrown lot 2 days ago. He asked if we could keep an eye out for him. Normally, the cat only left home for at most a day. I didn't think much of it then, honestly. The cat was cute, sure. Someone had probably brought it home. But I did keep an eye out for the poor thing. That day, some of the lawyers mentioned seeing a cat out in the parking lot, but every time I went to check, I didn't see it. Sure enough, that night, I did see that exact same cat wandering around my car through the cameras. I took note of it and got up to go get the kid's cat. But when I got near, I heard feline-like screaming and yowling. I charged to the door, slamming it open, looking from the doorway, and there was that person or thing crouched over Tabby, red smears along his mouth. I froze. The door swung back closed, slamming shut. My heart raced. I felt similar to when I had my heart attack years prior. However, when my arm didn't have shooting pains, I realized I was panicking. I pulled at it to make sure it was closed, then checked that it was locked. It took me a bit, but I walked back to the office and finally collapsed in my chair. My head was spinning, thinking of ways I could break the news to the boy. That's when I looked up at the cameras and felt my heart jerk suddenly. The thing was staring at the camera. No, it was like it was staring at me, taking bite after bite from the feline meal. I'm not ashamed to admit that it made me tear up. I watched in shock, unable to look away until a light shone on the creature. Headlights from the next security guard's car. The creature was suddenly struck by the vehicle, dropping the cat from its jaws. Then it ran off into the woods again. I was shaken up pretty bad by then. When the relief got to the office, he was worried about me. But I told him that I had just seen the cat the boy was looking for get caught by a wild animal. When he asked what caught it, I simply answered that it looked like a wolf or coyote, that I couldn't be sure. That seemed to be a good enough answer for him. He walked me to my car to make sure that animal didn't come back. Another specific time that comes to mind was when it had gotten into the building. I don't think it was because of me. I'm usually quite good at locking the doors and remembering to do so. My daughter says I'm OCD about it. I say I'm just cautious, especially since all this started. The night in question was after a night the creature had not showed up. I remember hoping I'd have another quiet night, but sure as fleas on a stray dog, that little monster crept into frame on the camera. We stared at one another again, a game I loathed by then, and still do. Before long, it cocked its head and walked out of frame of the camera, and this time I do mean it walked. It stood up tall on two legs, well over all the cars in the lot. Soon I saw it appear on another camera, one by the back door. First it pushed, and I chuckled to myself knowing it couldn't get in. There's no way it was going to brute force its way through a metal door. I was calm then, maybe a bit amused at its stupidity. It looked into the camera again then and stopped pushing on the door. Instead, it reached a hand out to the door handle. My heart skipped a beat until I remembered that door should be locked, especially if everyone did their jobs right. But I watched it pull the door open. It then broke into a four-legged run through the building at a blinding speed. It hopped across the cameras like crazy. I got up and double then triple checked the door to the office. I then put a chair against the doorknob and sat back down in mine. I dialed the police to inform them of an intruder. When they couldn't find anything or anyone, one of them called me a senile old man under his breath, claiming I should know only to call in the case of an actual emergency. I knew for sure then they weren't going to be of any help. I was nervous about leaving that night, nervous about my fellow guards, and I was anxious the entire following day. But once I saw that thing on the cameras outside again the next night, I relaxed a bit, though I've been making doubly sure that door is correctly locked. And I just hope the guards that are there when I'm not keep it locked just as well. Most of the other times it just glares at me in the camera. Sometimes it'll do that similar eating thing again with squirrels or trash. It's always very unsettling. I don't know how it knows, but I know it knows I can see it through the cameras. It's taunting me. At this point, I'd love to get the police involved again if they would actually help. But I know they won't. And I know most people won't believe this story. It's been a while. I don't have the old footage like I used to. And I have no idea how long the security team holds on to old footage. That part of the job was never my responsibility. But do know this, my mental health tests all came back clear. I wasn't hallucinating. I know I'm not crazy. So I guess that means I might be in actual danger every time I'm doing my rounds outside that building. I want to ask the other night guards about this, but I'm worried they'll think I'm crazy, and I'd rather not make enemies of my friends and lose my job. So I'm not sure what to do, and I definitely don't know what it is. Do animals have souls? From Charlie Tuna. Let's just say I work for a state agency. I have for a while now. It's not glamorous, but it's also not dangerous. Or at least, that's what I was told when they hired me over 20 years back. But I know better now. When most people think of a mine, they picture a dark tunnel that leads to gold or other precious metals. Not all mines are caves leading to fortunes. Some of them are just pits in the ground, holes hundreds of feet deep. Phosphate mines are just that. They're little more than pits. Now, when I say little, I am by no means suggesting they're small. One particular mine that I oversee is the size of 2 counties. They're huge, and like I said, they're deep. That depth isn't just physical, it's also chronological. The deeper they dig, the further they reach back into the past. These mines pull out minerals that can be used in fertilizers, certain foods, and even toothpaste. As you can imagine, the revenue generated by phosphate is anything but small potatoes. One transaction tallied in at almost $1.5 billion. The company that owns the site I'm about to talk about has branches across the globe, and they make some serious bank. Revenue that the state I work for values highly. We try to accommodate them whenever possible. As I mentioned earlier, these pits are cavernous, not just physically, but in time. Whenever a dragline pulls up that phosphate-rich earth, it's also dredging up the past. But as we all know, Sometimes the past should be left buried. Then again, maybe not. I'm of two minds about it now. The past can show you the wonders, but also the horrors that came before you. In my case, it also stepped forward to make sure that I still had a future. Mine inspections are long, tedious affairs that can stretch on for hours. Hours out in the blazing sun or torrential rain. Hours spent so far out in the wilderness that you feel like you're in Timbuktu. Nah, that's not right. More like Timbuk 12. Such was the case in 2013 when I was deep in bum-f nowhere. Put it to you like this. We were over an hour and a half away from the nearest gas station. There were no cell towers. No anything. After chasing after mine superintendents all day, I was ready to go home. Something the taquitos I'd had for lunch told me was going to have to wait. Given our location, I was off to answer the call of nature. In nature itself. It wasn't the first time I'd had to do this. I sighed, wishing my counterparts in the private sector a good evening, and headed off into the waning twilight for a bit of gastrointestinal relief. Night arrived far quicker than I'd have liked, but I also enjoyed hearing the surrounding woods come to life. I waited for a long minute, listening to the sounds. The wind picked up, changing directions. A growl caught my ear, and I turned to see what was behind me. At first I thought it was a black bear, but then it began to walk towards me, and I realized this was a wolf. A wolf the size of a bear. And it wasn't alone. There was more than one of them. A cold fog crept across the field, dampening my feet and legs. It caused a chill to run up the length of my spine, activating the natural reaction all mammals experience when they're being stalked. My body flooded with adrenaline. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, but there was a problem. The only direction for me to flee was into the forest. It entered the back of my mind, these animals now stalking me weren't ordinary wolves. They were dire wolves. What I was seeing had to be impossible. Dire wolves went extinct over 12,000 years ago. A vicious snarl behind me told me, whatever they were, I was on the menu. This can't be happening, I said, clasping a hand over my mouth quickly to stifle my own stupidity. If those monstrous beasts pursuing me could not detect me by my terrified scent, they surely had heard me just then. Sure enough, I heard the pounding of paws. I turned and saw the beasts weaving in and out of the trees in pursuit of prey. In pursuit of me. Almost too late, I skidded to a stop in front of another clearing. It was at this part that my story veers into, well, the hard to believe. There was a small pond in the clearing, and I could swear at the edge of that small pond was a family of gomphotheres sipping water in the waning light. Rather than force you to look it up, gomphotheres are ancient relatives of elephants. The best way to tell them apart from their cousins is by the large, flat, shovel-like bottom of their mouths. Like the animals pursuing me, gomphotheres had faded into the mists of prehistory some 12,000 years ago. My mind reeled. Had I somehow been flung back into the distant past? Had these creatures been resurrected, brought forward to the present day? There wasn't any time to think about that. I have to get away from these things, I thought. Finally breaking into a full-out run, I made for the tallest tree I could find, and I began to climb. I tried to convince myself this was all some bizarre nightmare, that the razor-sharp fangs nipping at my heels were just a part of some fever dream that I would wake up from, that I would soon laugh about. So far, that wasn't happening. The pack was now at the base of my tree, catching wind of something else, and they began to peel away to pursue whatever poor creature had gotten their attention. Figuring it was some free-range cow or perhaps a feral hog, I breathed a sigh of relief. That breath died as soon as I caught sight of their new prey. A rhino? But it wasn't like any rhino I'd ever seen. It was squat, with short stubby legs, and had coarse fur covering most of its body. As soon as those fearsome canines closed in on it, the animal began pedaling backward, trying to escape its fate. There were no two ways about it. I was going mad. I had to be. Crazy or not, the natural selection theater being performed in front of me had not come to a close. Seeing that it had been boxed in, this rhino decided to stand its ground and fight. The massive animal thundered out from the undergrowth and began flinging the wolves around like they were chihuahuas. I'd have almost felt bad for them if they hadn't been so intent on making me their dinner just a few minutes ago. I climbed down at the worst time possible. The wolves, realizing they were outclassed, decided to return to their original target, me. Realizing my mistake, I made for the closest tree after that. And that's where I stayed for hours. No one knew I was still out here. The site was so far out in the boonies that I'd booked a hotel so I wouldn't have to drive 6 hours a day during the week-long inspection process. During those hours, I tried using my phone, but my battery ran out and it died. That's right, that's how long I stayed in that tree. Every time I started to climb down, I swore I heard rustling and sniffing sounds, making me think my pursuers were still there, waiting. Hour after hour passed. I wasn't even sitting comfortably on a branch. I was clinging onto the bark of the tree for dear life. My muscles were starting to give way. The hunger that circled below would only be sated with me as a breakfast platter, but I wasn't going to be able to hold on much longer. I would need the energy that was rapidly slipping away to try to get back to my car. With only the light of the moon lighting my way, I jumped down. As soon as I touched ground, I made my way around a group of palmettos in hopes it would slow my pursuers down a little. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but it ended up almost costing me my life. I did the most cliché thing imaginable. I tripped. Thankfully, I got back up and away before they could catch me. I was almost at the clearing where I'd parked my car when I tripped again. This time over something far larger. At first I thought it was an armadillo, until it stepped a little further into the light. Instead of having a shell made up of individual plates, this creature obviously only had a single hard shell. It made a marp sound and turned away from me. Sadly for the poor thing, this put it directly between me and those dire wolves. The thing marped again several times, in fact. It was obviously frightened and confused. This was a good thing for me, at least. Its parents had heard its cries and were coming to the rescue. To say I wasn't prepared for the sight of Ma and Pa Dillo would be the king of all understatements. These things were huge, like the size of Mini Coopers. The shock of seeing something so bizarre just a few feet away from me left me momentarily stunned. Their timing couldn't have been more perfect. The wolves arrived a heartbeat before they did and were a jaw's length away from my leg. Thinking the wolves were coming after their kid, the car-sized armadillos began making the same strange sounds their kid had, but their tone was different. They were deeper, more throaty. The weird creatures were angry. As far as they were concerned, this pack was attacking their child, and they weren't having it. When you're in the middle of something, you tend not to evaluate the thoughts running through your mind. It would later strike me funny that at that moment, with ravenous beasts the size of horses running me down, I thought my savior's tiny legs looked adorable as they pedaled away to block Junior from danger. They were the distraction I desperately needed. No matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find where I parked my car. But on the bright side, I also didn't see or hear the pack that had been on my heels just a few minutes earlier. I clung close to the tree line as I searched desperately for my car. And there she was. The light of that baleful moon, now dipping toward the horizon, caused the dented outline of my Ford Focus to stand out. It was about half an acre away. I was going to make it. or so I thought. I then saw something moving out of the corner of my eye. The pack, or at least 3 of their number, stepped cautiously out into the clearing. I saw their heads turn towards me. They didn't seem aggressive. It was more like they were curious. They were closer to my car than I was. There was no way I could beat them to it. But rather than charge at me, they dipped their snouts to the ground a few times, looked at me, then my car. They then disappeared back into the woods. Afraid they were toying with me, I crept out into the open. I'd never felt so exposed and vulnerable in my entire life. But in the end, nothing happened. No sharpened fangs clamping down on my neck, no claws tearing at my flesh. But I knew just because I was in my car, it didn't mean I was safe. Remember, the wolves that had been chasing me were the size of horses. When I heard the engine turn over, I felt as if I'd won the lottery. The first thing I did when I made it back to the hotel was call the superintendents and managers, canceling the day's inspections. I needed some time. Not just time to rest, time to process what I'd been through. I've never been particularly religious, but as my life returned to normal, I found myself wondering, do animals have souls? Were those shadows of creatures who had passed away millennia ago? If so, why did they include me in their ancient game of life and death? What had happened to me? I told the superintendents and managers that I'd render my decision by the end of next week. I spent the next few days mulling over what I'd experienced in my mind. I went over their permit requests and looked at other acreage up for development. I always hated that word, developed. If anything, the phrase should be destroyed. I'd been worn down by bureaucracy, but my salvation by those massive armadillo-like creatures had reignited my desire to protect my state's wild places. As I said, the area the company wanted to exploit was way, way out in the sticks. There's always another option, I told myself. As it turned out, there were several acres under consideration for development by the company within areas close to pre-existing mines. They didn't need to reach this far into the wild. The more I thought about it, the more it occurred to me that this was probably an effort to create a toehold in the area. This would make it easier on them to begin mining the entire region. I started typing. Upon review of existing Company A properties, development is denied. It is recommended that Company A cultivate and expand on existing properties. I'm set to retire in a few years. I'll hold them, and those like them, off for as long as I can. I hope those that come after me will follow my lead. Underwater Entity, from Anon. I've always been fascinated by the ocean. Ever since I was a kid, I loved watching documentaries about marine life and exploring the underwater world. I dreamed of becoming a marine biologist or an oceanographer, but life had other plans for me. I grew up in a poor family. I had to drop out of school when I was 16 to help my parents pay the bills. I worked as a dishwasher, a waiter, a delivery boy, and anything else that would earn me some money. To be honest with you, I hated my life, but I had no choice. One day when I was 19, I saw an advertisement for an underwater welding course. It said that underwater welders were in high demand, and you could earn up to $100,000 a year. It also said that no previous experience or education was required, only good physical condition and a willingness to learn. I was intrigued by the idea of working underwater, and I thought that maybe this was my chance to escape my miserable existence. I applied for the course, and after passing a series of tests and interviews, I was accepted. The course was intense and challenging, but also exciting and rewarding. I learned how to use various welding equipment, how to dive safely and efficiently, how to communicate with other divers and surface crew, and how to handle emergencies and hazards. I also learned about the dangers of underwater welding, such as electric shocks, decompression sickness, explosions, fires, and marine predators. After 6 months of training, I graduated from the course, and I got my certification as an underwater welder. I was ready to start my new career. Not long after, I was hired by a company that specialized in offshore construction and maintenance. They had contracts with oil and gas companies, shipping companies, and other clients that needed underwater welding services. They sent me to different locations around the world, where I would work on pipelines, platforms, rigs, ships, and other structures. I loved my job. It was hard, it was risky, but it was thrilling. I felt like I was living my childhood dream of exploring the ocean. Every dive was a new adventure. I saw amazing sights and creatures that most people would never see in their lives. I also made good friends with my fellow divers and crew members. We would often share stories, jokes, tips, and experiences. But there was one dive that changed everything for me. One dive that made me question everything I knew about the ocean. It still haunts me to this day. It happened about 2 years ago. I was working on a project in the Gulf of Mexico. We were repairing a damaged section of an oil pipeline that ran along the sea floor at a depth of about 300 feet. The pipeline had been hit by an anchor that had been dragged by a passing ship during a storm. The repair job was supposed to take 3 days. We worked in teams of 2 divers each, taking turns to weld the pipeline. We used wet welding techniques, which meant that we welded directly in the water, without any protective chamber or habitat. On the second day of the project, it was my turn to dive with my partner Dave. Dave was a veteran diver who had been working as an underwater welder for over 10 years. He was also a good friend of mine who had taught me a lot about the job. We suited up in our diving gear and got ready to descend. We wore heavy helmets with built-in lights and cameras, which connected us to the surface through umbilical cords. The umbilical cords also supplied us with breathing gas and electricity for our welding equipment. We checked our gear, giving each other the thumbs up. Then we stepped off the diving bell that had brought us down from the surface vessel. We followed the pipeline until we reached the damaged section. We saw a large dent in the pipeline where the anchor had hit it. There was also a crack that leaked oil into the water. We could see a dark cloud of oil spreading around us. We knew we had to work fast and carefully to fix the leak before it caused more environmental damage, or before we attracted unwanted attention from sharks or other predators. We set up our welding equipment near the crack. Dave went first. He used an electrode holder to strike an arc on the metal surface of the pipeline. He then moved the electrode along the crack to melt it and fill it with molten metal. I watched him work from a few feet away. The man was skilled and efficient. He made smooth, steady movements with his electrode holder. He looked calm. I heard his voice in my earpiece.
"Hey bud, how you holding up?"
he asked.
"I'm good."
I replied.
"Good to hear. It's going well so far."
I agreed with him. We chatted for a while as he continued on. We talked about our families, our hobbies, our plans for the weekend. We tried to keep the conversation light and casual to ease the tension and boredom of the job. We also checked in with the surface crew every few minutes to report our progress and status. They monitored our vital signs and gas consumption, and even our depth and time spent. They also warned us of any changes in the weather, the current, or visibility. Everything seemed normal and routine, until it wasn't. I don't know exactly what happened, or how it happened. All I know is that one moment I was watching Dave weld, and the next moment I saw something that made my blood run cold. It was something in the water, something on the sea floor that I could not describe. It looked like a patch of darkness, a shadow or a void of some kind. It was about 10 feet across and 5 feet high. It had no definite shape or form, and it had no features or details. No texture, no other color, just a black hole in the ocean. It was moving, slowly and silently, gliding over the sand and rocks, heading towards us. I stared at it in disbelief and horror. I felt a chill in my spine, a knot in my stomach, a sense of dread and panic. What is that? I wondered. Where did it come from? I didn't know. I didn't want to know. I snapped out of my trance and talked through the radio.
Dave! Dave!
I shouted. He stopped welding and looked right at me.
What? What is it?
He asked.
Look there!
I pointed at the thing. He followed my finger and saw it too. He gasped.
What the heck is that? I don't know. Is it alive? I don't know.
We both stared at it for a few seconds, frozen in fear and confusion. Then we heard a voice in our earpieces. It was the surface crew.
Guys, we have a problem. What is it? We just lost contact with the other team. What do you mean by that? They're not responding to calls. Their cameras are offline, their vital signs are flat.
I felt a surge of shock and worry. Dave's face showed that he felt it too.
What happened to them? We don't know. They were working on the other side of the pipeline, about 100 feet away from you.
Dave and I looked at each other again, our eyes wide. Could it be related to that thing we saw? Could it have done something to them? We didn't want to find out.
We need to get out of here,
Dave said. We packed up our welding equipment and prepared to leave. But before we could move, we heard another voice in our earpieces. It was not the surface crew. It was unlike any voice I'd ever heard, and I don't think it was human. It was something else. Something that spoke in a low and raspy tone that sounded like metal scraping against metal. Something that said, "Stay." I felt a jolt of terror. I looked at Dave, hoping that we had misheard or imagined it. But we hadn't. We heard it again. "Stay." We guessed it was coming from that thing on the sea floor. But how could it possibly tap into our radio frequency to communicate with us? Dave and I did not hesitate any longer. We turned around and swam for our lives. We swam as fast as we could towards the diving bell, hoping that it was still there and that it would take us back to the surface safely. We didn't look back at the thing behind us, fearing that it would follow us or catch us or do something worse. We didn't stop until we made it back to the diving bell and climbed inside, slamming the door shut behind us and locking it securely. Dave and I breathed a sigh of relief as we saw the diving bell beginning to ascend, leaving behind the dark depths of the ocean floor and its horrors. We made it out alive, but it would look like we just barely did. We were shaken and traumatized by what we'd seen and heard. Neither Dave nor I could explain or understand it. I couldn't forget or erase it from my mind. I couldn't sleep or eat or work normally for weeks after this incident. I had nightmares and flashbacks, even a couple of panic attacks. I never did learn what happened to our colleagues down there. I don't even know if they're still alive. This was a job I never thought I'd quit, but the thought of having to go back on the sea floor, possibly encountering that thing again, I'm sad to say that I quit. It's been 2 years since the incident. I don't think I'm the only one who knows about it, and I'm not referring to Dave. Dave found out that there have been other incidents involving underwater welders and similar anomalies. So God only knows what's truly happening in our oceans. Dave says there's something wrong with the ocean, something that's beyond our understanding and control, and whatever it is, it's hostile. Bizarre animal control encounter. from Bob Matt. I'll never forget the call that sent me out to that decrepit house on the edge of town 2 years ago. As an animal control officer, I was used to responding to some weird scenes, but nothing could prepare me for what I saw that night, and what saw me. It still gives me chills thinking back on it today. I had been working for the county about 5 years when I got the call on a Friday evening. Our dispatcher said a man had just phoned 911 reporting some kind of coyote or dog attack at his home. He claimed the animal was still lurking around his property when he called. The address she gave was way out in the sticks, an area I wasn't too familiar with, but she assured me the county database had it listed as an active residence. I hopped in the truck and headed out, bringing along a catch pole and tranquilizer gun just in case. About 15 minutes later, I pulled down the long dirt driveway the dispatcher had indicated. Right away, something seemed off. The house was a decrepit old trailer that looked abandoned. The property was completely overgrown, and the driveway hadn't seen a car in ages based on the foliage sprouting up through cracks. I parked and cautiously approached the trailer. No lights were on inside, and tapping on the door got no response. Peering through a dusty window, it was empty except for some garbage and an old sofa. Definitely no one living there. Confused and unnerved, I headed back to my truck to radio the dispatcher. But as I passed by a shed on the property, I heard a strange guttural snarl from somewhere nearby. I turned to look, shifting my tranquilizer rifle into ready position. A shape darted from behind the shed, too quick for me to get a good look. But it was the size of a large dog or wolf, completely hairless and pale. It disappeared into the overgrown field behind the trailer, though I could still hear it snarling. I know how dangerous a cornered, possibly rabid animal can be, but something compelled me to pursue this thing on foot, like I had to see it up close. I crept through the knee-high weeds, rifle aimed where I had seen it disappear. The thing stayed just out of sight, its sporadic snarls and the rustling of vegetation giving away that it was close. Then it went quiet, and that's when the hair stood up on my neck. I realized, in my focus on what was in front, I had lost track of my surroundings. Whipping around, I came face to face with it merely feet away. Crouched low to the ground was a canine-like creature the size of a wolf, but hairless and sinewy like some grotesque lab experiment. Flesh pink, but also oddly human-toned. Its eyes were brightly colored but glazed, and the mouth was full of jagged teeth jutting in odd directions. We stared at each other, both tense and still. Then it reared up on muscular hind legs, standing at almost my height. The sheer wrongness of the thing paralyzed me momentarily. That was all the time it needed to spring forward, claws outstretched toward my face. I snapped out of it and ducked, just as it lunged, feeling its hot breath on my neck. I hit the ground hard as the thing sailed over me, screeching. I scrambled to my feet and sprinted for the shed, fumbling to ready my tranquilizer. The animal came bounding after me on just 2 legs. I fired a dart blindly behind me, hearing it yelp as the shot connected. I didn't slow to see if the tranquilizer was having an effect. Reaching my truck, I leapt inside and tore down the long driveway. My heart hammered as I sped away, watching in the rear view for any sign of pursuit. The dense woods lining the road seemed to take on a sinister vibe, but the only thing in my mirrors was a cloud of dust dissipating down the empty dirt road. I pulled over once I reached the highway, finally catching my breath. Fumbling for the radio, I called dispatch trying to make sense of what I had seen. The dispatcher was confused, saying no call had come from that address. She asked if I was sure that was the location I had gone to. I didn't know what to think at that point. All I could do was file an incident report with animal control describing the bizarre hairless creature. Over the next week, officers returned to the property and set up cameras hoping to capture the thing on film. But they found nothing, and no further sightings were ever reported. Part of me wishes we could have caught it just to prove I wasn't crazy, but another part hopes that Dart was enough to kill the abomination, or at least drive it far away from humanity. I handed in my resignation the next week, deciding a quiet desk job was better for my nerves. I know the events of that night sound unbelievable, but when you come face to face with something so unnatural, it has a way of cracking open your sense of reality. Even now, driving at night when the woods press in close, I find myself scanning the darkness for any flash of pallid flesh and glinting eyes. Some things you can never unsee, no matter how hard you try to rationalize them. All I can do is hope to never again cross paths with the horrors that roam the boundaries where civilization ends. DoorDash Thing, from Darren M. It was about 3 years ago. I was delivering food in a rural area right outside of town. I still think back on it sometimes when I am driving down a dark country road late at night. At the time, I was working for DoorDash to make some extra cash on top of my 9-to-5 office job. The money wasn't too bad for part-time work, and I enjoyed cruising around listening to podcasts. Most of the deliveries were to houses in suburban neighborhoods or apartment complexes, but every once in a while, I'd get an order going out to a more rural address. It was a Saturday night around 11 p.m. when I got pinged to pick up an order from a 24-hour diner that would be delivered to a house a good 15 miles away. It seemed really far, but I was pretty sure the delivery radius was decided by the restaurants or whatever, and the tip alone was $20, so I figured it was worth the drive. The trip would apparently take me down a winding country road outside of town that I was not familiar with. There was barely any moonlight as I turned off the main highway and headed down this pitch-black road. No streetlights either, just my headlights cutting through absolute darkness. The houses out there were few and far between. Mostly it was just fields, trees, and the occasional dirt road or driveway. I had been driving for about 10 minutes when the directions told me I still had 3 miles to go. The road hadn't passed any houses in quite a while. The woods were thick on either side, and I hadn't even seen another car for miles. I was just thinking I should turn on some upbeat music when I came around a bend and I had to slam on my brakes. Because there was something in the middle of the road. I glimpsed it for just a split second in my headlights. Sounds crazy, but it looked like a huge dog or wolf standing over some kind of carcass. But as the glare of my headlights lit it up, the creature's eyes shone back red. Then the thing turned and in a flash bounded into the woods on 2 legs in just about 2 leaps. My heart was absolutely pounding. I threw the car into reverse and sped backwards down the road to get the heck out of Dodge. Once I felt safely far enough away, I pulled over and turned the car around. I sat there, trying to slow my breathing, processing what I'd seen. That was no normal wolf, coyote, or dog. The thing was massive, almost the size of a person with hulking shoulders, and the way it turned to look at me was too deliberate, too intelligent. I debated canceling the order and heading home, but there was a house waiting for this food, and I didn't want to leave them hanging. So I continued the drive, far more cautiously than before. The last couple of miles, I was gripping the steering wheel tight, straining my eyes for any sign of that creature. Finally, I reached the small driveway leading off into the woods. I pulled up to the modest single-story home and knocked on the door. An older man answered, graciously accepting his food. He apologized for making me come all the way out there as he handed me a nice cash tip. I made sure to ask him if he'd seen any strange animals lately. The man frowned and said he knew there were some coyotes and wolves out there, but they tended to keep their distance from people. Now, I was creeped out, and I felt like talking about it would help me deal with it. So I went ahead and told him what I saw on the way there. When I described it, his expression changed to concern. He suggested I report the sighting to animal control and be extra safe driving home. The entire way back, I was scanning the darkness, jumping at every hint of movement. I couldn't stop thinking about the creature's eyes reflecting the light, how unnatural and menacing it seemed. The image was burned into my mind. As soon as I got back into town, where there were streetlights and businesses, I pulled over and canceled my remaining orders for the night. My hands were still shaking a bit as I started driving home. I ended up calling out of my shift the next day. There was no way I could focus on office work. That made me realize I didn't get paid nearly enough by DoorDash to deal with deliveries on remote backroads in the pitch black. I decided to avoid orders that would take me too far out of town. I did contact animal control. They confirmed no other reports of a wolf or coyote that big. I still wonder what it was. And I'm also worried that it's still lurking out there along those rural roads. But it's not my problem anymore, because I'm not going to be driving out there anytime soon. Creature near the old oak. From Hot Chocolate. This happened 2 or 3 months ago, in the middle of summer. I work as an arborist. People call us tree surgeons. If you're unfamiliar with our job, we basically take care of trees. We plant new trees, transplant old ones, we remove tree stumps, trim them to remove dead leaves or branches, you get the gist. One day after the day's briefing, I was sent to a small park to diagnose a particular tree. It was pretty close to the main trail, and a few folks had already sent in reports about it to the county office. The county contacted my boss, then my boss sent me to check it out and report back. I got there around noon. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm golden glow over the small park as I made my way toward the tree in question. The park itself was beautiful, filled with all sorts of trees and bushes, nestled right in the heart of the town. Lush greenery surrounded me, with a vibrant tapestry of flowers in full bloom. There weren't a lot of people, though. Probably had better things to do than to walk around under the scorching sun. After a bit of a walk, I got to the tree. It stood high on a small hill. As I approached it, I could see why it had become a cause for concern. The leaves that should have been a vibrant green were instead a dull, sickly yellow. Several branches appeared brittle and lifeless, and the bark displayed ominous signs of decay. I took out my notepad and began to jot down my initial observations and thoughts. The tree in question was an old oak, its gnarled trunk telling a story of decades of growth and resilience. The park visitors had clearly grown fond of it, as evidenced by the worn-out bench beneath its shade. As I continued my examination of the tree, I got completely engrossed in my task, completely focused on identifying the source of its distress. It was when I knelt down to inspect the base of the tree, near its roots, that I sensed something was wrong. It was like the air grew still then, and an eerie silence descended upon the entire park. My heart began to beat rapidly, and a sudden feeling of dread started creeping up on me. I glanced around, trying to scan the area for any unusual movement. At first, I thought that maybe I was worried over nothing, that my head was just playing tricks on me. But then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping sound, like someone or something was approaching. I stood up slowly, my heart quickening its beat. The tapping grew louder, echoing through the park. Panic began to well up within me as I realized it was only getting closer. Then I saw it. A man stood a few feet ahead of me. I would have said I felt relieved to have someone else there, but I would be lying, because something felt very wrong about him. I couldn't see his face clearly, because his head was in an unnatural position, looking slightly upwards toward the sky. But from what I could see, his face looked off. It looked like an AI tried to recreate a person's face, or if you've tried to remember someone's face from a dream. I tried to speak out, to say hello or can I help you, or do you need something? But no matter how hard I tried, nothing came out of my mouth. I was frozen with fear, something primal. The type of fear I imagine prey animals have when they're face to face with a predator. I was unable to say or do anything. I just stood there, watching him. After about a minute of me staring at the man, something finally happened. The man began to speak, with his head still facing towards the sky. But the words that came out of his mouth didn't sound right. He kept repeating a few lines that didn't correlate to one another, in a shaky, raspy voice. I don't remember everything he said, but I do remember a few.
Help. What do you want? Over there.
But the way he said those words were all wrong. Mispronunciations, voice cracks, odd tones. Then he looked at me. Now I could see his face clearly. God, how I wish I could erase what I saw from my mind. His face was completely malformed. But what stuck out to me the most were his eyes. They were deathly pale, and it looked as if a part of his irises and pupils were missing. I can't really explain it better than that. Then that creature started opening its mouth wide, impossibly wide, until it seemed like its jaw might dislocate. At long last, my body responded to my desperate pleas to move, and I ran like I never had before. I ran all the way to my car and drove off without ever looking back. After some time had passed and I calmed down, I gave a half-hearted report about the tree and clocked out for the day. I still work as an arborist, but from now on I avoid any tasks where I would be working alone. Stalked in rural Oregon. From Anthony K. I was around the age of 18 when this happened. It took place in my hometown in rural Oregon. The town's name is Elkton. Not like that matters. You've probably never heard of it. The place has a population of less than 1,000 people and consists of a restaurant, a bar, a store, a park, and a post office surrounded by scattered farmland. Nothing bad ever happens there, and everyone knows each other. At this point in my life, I was pretty lazy. I didn't have a job, no car, I still lived with my mom, and I smoked a bit too much. Basically, in my own opinion, a certified loser. My routine was sleep in until I felt like waking up, get stoned, and play video games. Once I got bored with that, I'd walk over to my buddy's house, and we'd hang out for the rest of the night. I'd usually hang out there until around 1 a.m. For reference, I lived about 2 miles out of town, and my buddy lived in town. It was a bit of a hike, but it wasn't bad. It was probably the only exercise I was really getting at the time. I would just pop in my headphones and zone out till the walk was over. This happened during one of those nights when I was walking back home. I was walking through town on the main road. I had my headphones in, and I was just vibing while I made the 2-mile trek. As I approached the park, I noticed a car sitting in the parking lot. It was weird at first, because usually I didn't ever see anyone else on the walks. The whole town would be asleep during these hours. I shrugged it off. Maybe it was someone passing through. Maybe it was someone taking a nap or something. Just off the road by the park is a trail that leads down to the river. At the start of the trail, there's a bench. As I approached the trail, some random guy abruptly appears from the trailhead. This guy looked to be in his early 40s, judging by how he dressed and his facial features. One thing was strange, though. He was wearing aviators, and this was at 1 a.m. He power walked in front of me and sat down on the bench. The whole situation was strange. It looked like he was just staring at me the whole time. I was freaked out at first, but stupidly shrugged it off. I just started walking, diagonally, so there would be some distance between us once I passed him. I passed him and looked at him, and he was still looking at me. I took out one headphone and kindly said, How's it going?" I think that was a bad move. He did not reply, of course. I just picked up the pace and focused on getting home. This guy gave me the chills, so I still left out that one headphone, just so I could be aware of my surroundings. I got about a quarter mile down the road and decided to look back to see if he was still sitting there. He wasn't, because he was now walking behind me, following me basically, and he was closing the distance. I swear my heart skipped a beat, and I remember thinking, no way is he following me, really? Maybe he lives up here. But that had to be his car at the park, so why is he going on foot? All these questions were flying through my mind. I looked back again, and he was even closer, walking at a much faster pace. Fight or flight kicked in, and I went from a casual stroll to a dead sprint instantly. I looked back once more. He had matched my pace and was now sprinting at me. For some reason, I decided to veer off the road, cutting through the forest. I sprinted over broken branches, through brush, diving into a bush, and going completely quiet. I could hear him stomping through the forest behind me. Then suddenly, he went quiet as well. I think he was trying to pinpoint where I was. This lasted a few minutes before I heard him start to go the other way, back to the park. I felt so relieved, thinking that he had given up. I still waited a few more minutes before he was out of the forest. Then I cut back through to the road as quietly as I could. Once I hit the pavement, I checked both ways just to be completely sure he wasn't there. There was no sign of him anywhere. Then again, I could only see about 40 feet in either direction because I was no longer in the main part of town, and there were no street lamps here. I was still relieved because I was so certain that I'd lost him. So I just focused on getting back home. I was only about a mile away at that point. Eventually, I put my headphones back in and started to relax again, not even fully cluing in on what just happened. Eventually, I noticed a light coming up behind me, the headlights from a vehicle. My stomach sank as I was praying that it wasn't him. As it approached me, it slowed down. I practically cringed as it pulled up next to me and came to a full stop. I looked up, expecting to see that guy wielding a weapon and demanding that I get into the car. Thankfully, it wasn't him. It was a local guy around my age named Brent. He was on his way home from a get-together. "Oh, hey, what's up, dude?" I said. "Nothing much, man. Do you need a ride home?" he asked. But I was stupid. I replied, "Nah, dude, it's all good. I'm almost home. Thanks I could then see a worried expression on his face as he cut me off and said, "Are you sure, man? You know there's someone following you, right?" I immediately looked down the road behind me. There he was, the same guy. He was closer than ever before. I could see something in his hands, something that reflected from Brent's taillights. Turns out I had never lost him. He'd been following me, searching for me this whole time. I was completely oblivious, and I'd even put my headphones back in. I looked back at Brent. I didn't even say anything, and I scrambled into the truck. I didn't say a word during the ride. I couldn't stop thinking about how stupid I'd been. We soon pulled into my driveway, and I was never happier to see my house. As I was getting out of the truck, Brent jokingly said, "I probably just saved you from being murdered." Well, he couldn't have been closer to the truth. The older I get, the scarier this experience becomes. What were the man's intentions? Was he going to try to kill me? Abduct me? Why was he in Elkton, Oregon, of all places? I'm glad I never found out. I stopped staying at my buddy's house so late after this experience, and I always kept one earbud out so I could be aware of my surroundings. No matter how much you think you know an area, or how safe you think it is, you should always be prepared for anything to happen. There are truly evil people and insane people in this world. Stay safe out there, everyone. My encounter with long arms. From Milwaukee Pasta Bandit. I should probably preface this little tale with the fact that even after this admittedly bizarre scenario unfolded, I'm still not much of a believer in the paranormal. I know all about the classic skinwalker, Wendigo, shadow people, dogman, etc., and it's all just come across to me as spooky campfire creepypasta stuff, entertaining to listen to and certainly scary while you're all alone at night. But to me, it's still just fiction. Maybe I'm ignorant and sheltered from the rest of the world, but for whatever reason, the paranormal has largely eluded me my whole life. Still, though, in spite of that statement, it doesn't change the fact that I think I saw something really unusual one early morning back in the summer of 2019. At that point in my life, I was working at a local supermarket between college semesters, part-time during the school year and full-time during the summers. Overall, it was pretty vanilla standard first job experience. Sure, I had my occasional angry customers, shoplifting, and annoying coworkers. But overall, any issues or mishaps had pretty much nothing to do with the supernatural. It was just a normal first job. For about maybe a little under a year, I worked as a bagger until I was eventually given the illustrious position of General Merchandise Clerk. Basically, a fancy term for the guy who stocks the shelves. Early on in the job, I'd stated I wasn't much of a morning person. And while management honored that for most of my tenure as a bag boy, the week I got promoted, my boss immediately started putting me on the opening shift, which was around 5 a.m. in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. Luckily, the supermarket was only about 10 minutes away from my house, so the drive wasn't too crazy. It was on one of these early shifts that my encounter with this thing happened. I should have known something was off that day, given that I woke up at about 3:30 in the morning for absolutely no reason whatsoever. I really just kind of jolted awake. Not from a nightmare or anything else. I just was awake. Try as I might, I was completely unable to fall back to sleep, and maybe 30 minutes later, I decided to hop in the shower and head off to get an early breakfast, then go to work. I pulled into the parking lot with maybe 20 or so minutes to spare before my shift started. I parked my car in one of the empty spots. Now, the parking area here was not like a Walmart-sized lot or anything, but it was pretty spacious. And in the early morning without sunlight, it does kind of look creepy, almost derelict. There's an entrance to an alleyway off to the side of the store that looks absolutely nefarious in the dark. If any place on that plaza was going to be haunted, it was definitely there. I was parked in the second row about smack dab in the middle of the lot, just vibing, sitting in the car with the heater on, listening to music, when I saw it. It walked out of that haunted-as-heck looking alleyway I mentioned earlier. I kind of caught it in my peripheral vision, and at first I thought it was just some dude in a white hoodie. I looked up to see the thing in its entirety, only to realize I was looking at something that was very much not just someone out for an early morning jog. What I thought was a white hoodie was actually stark white pale skin draped over a vaguely humanoid frame. It wasn't very tall. I'm about 5'9", and I'm pretty sure I was a head or two taller than this thing. Other than that, I couldn't really make out much detail on it. Thinking back on it now, it kind of looked like one of those wooden dolls people use as a reference for drawing, completely devoid of any noticeable features. No eyes, no ears, no mouth. It was just blank. Its one defining feature being its obscenely long arms. No joke. This thing's arms were so ungodly long, it had to drag them across the ground, the way you might drag someone on a blanket. Hence why I like to call it long arms. It walked with this sort of weird gait that's hard to describe. The best I can think to compare it to is the way a gibbon walks, kind of a weird shamble. In fact, if I hadn't noticed its lack of fur and, well, face, I might have assumed that's just what it was, perhaps an escapee from a zoo or a private collection. But the more I took in, the more I realized it just wasn't right. I seriously doubt there's any gibbon alive with arms that long, so much so that they drag them across the floor in such a ridiculous fashion. It honestly might have been funny if the thing wasn't pure nightmare fuel. The thing I called long arms didn't really seem to notice me nor my car. Or if it did, it probably just didn't care. It turned left from the alleyway and began to walk across the lot a good 30 feet or so from where I was. I was completely dumbfounded. Either this was someone with a very elaborate costume stalking around at night trying to get a good scare out of people, or maybe I'd fallen asleep in the car and I was in some sort of hyper-realistic dream. I felt paralyzed. All I could do was just watch the thing, completely frozen like a deer in headlights. All that said, I wasn't exactly terrified. A lot of similar stories I've read from people retelling their accounts with the supernatural or paranormal mention feeling some sort of bad or evil sensation, like the world around them will get all quiet, and they'll feel this creeping sensation of being watched. This was different. The vibe wasn't haunting or scary. The thing didn't suddenly snap its head at me and grin with an obscenely wide, toothy smile, or speak to me in my mother's voice or whatever. For the duration of this maybe 3 to 4 minute encounter, it didn't even seem to care I was there. To further cement the oddity of the situation, at some point or another, a cat, who I'd seen running around the lot a few times beforehand, which I assumed belonged to one of the folks living across the street from the plaza, wandered within about maybe 15 to 20 feet of long arms and plopped down, just lying there as if this weird aberration that looked like it had clawed its way from another dimension entirely wasn't just standing there. I half expected the thing to reach out with one of its stupidly long arms, pluck the poor kitty up, and throw it into an as of now unseen maw. But it didn't. Instead, it just turned its faceless head to look at the cat, regarding it the way a person might. It even stopped its little shambling act and stood perfectly still as it registered the existence of this new feline arrival. It was honestly funny in a way. Here I was gawking at this thing, while it was gawking at that fat house cat. The entire thing felt like a mildly uncomfortable fever dream. After a while, it seemed as though the creature had enough and began to meander back to that dark alley. Then it was just gone. I don't mean like it was just out of sight. The second it turned that corner, it felt like it had just popped out of reality, like it was a video game character who'd had its source code completely erased. I sat there, just taking in the sheer absurdity of what happened. Work that day was strange to say the least, going from witnessing that back to my boring everyday job. It was just quite the shift, I'll say. I ended up talking to a friend about a few months down the line. We basically came to the same conclusion, that I was probably suffering from sleep deprivation. Like I said earlier, I'm not a morning person, and I'm not going to pretend that I was ensuring I'd get a proper 8 hours of sleep every night. Either that, or I fell asleep in my car and had some sort of hyper-realistic fever dream. The former explanation has always been my go-to for rationally explaining this bizarre scenario away. Who knows, though? Maybe I actually did see some sort of otherworldly entity manifest outside my work, all for the sole purpose of looking at a cat. I might be a skeptic, but I try not to be too close-minded. The Word We Don't Say, from Mickey G. A few months ago, I was working at an assisted living facility, part-time, overnight. I'd worked at many assisted living facilities and had many odd experiences over the years. One night, I was sitting in the sunroom and heard an odd noise. Once I tracked the noise into someone's room, I found that static was playing from the radio, which was turned off. This was on my second set of rounds, so I'm sure that the radio was off. I heard the same noise coming from a room down the hall. The same situation. Static from the radio. Neither of these residents were very mobile and wouldn't have been able to cross their rooms to turn those radios on. These two residents were the next two to steeply decline and pass away in the facility. We also had many stories of weird, creepy, or just frightening things that have happened at my current place of work, which is now a summer camp/retreat center. Our campus is pretty secluded. When I was hired and given a tour of all the facilities, we toured the building called the Farmhouse. The Farmhouse is just as it sounds, an original building from the farm that was on the land before the camp was established. My tour guide said to me, "And this building is the haunted one." And she was right. One of the housekeepers was cleaning the farmhouse when they heard older male voices coming from the basement. The building was supposed to be vacant, and the construction happening on it was on hold too, so there should have been no one down there. For context, this is the most disturbing basement I've ever been in. Old, dingy, cramped, and straight out of an amateur horror film. The housekeeper also reported hearing the sound of construction coming from the basement as well. She called downstairs when she did, but the lights were off and no one replied. Creepier yet, there were no cars out front, no staff in the building with her at all. Other encounters in the farmhouse included hearing voices or footsteps when no one was there, doors opening and closing on their own, lights being left on when no one had been in there, and seeing things out of the corners of your eyes. A shaman group came and stayed in the building often. They're one of my favorite groups that come to camp. They've told me first-hand experiences such as guests sleeping in the farmhouse, waking to ghostly faces staring them in the eye. They also insist that there's bad energy in a few of our cabins. In one of our newest buildings on numerous occasions, people have reported hearing noises that were not normal for that building, specifically from the loft apartment. People were usually too scared to investigate. These noises would be like normal lying noises, a bed creaking, light steps, something hitting the floor, etc. Two of my coworkers were working in the kitchen one day in this building. It was early in the morning when they heard a scream that they described as a banshee cry. At the time, we had a retreat group of shamans that were learning how to get in touch with their ancestors at the camp. We also had a retreat group that had a very old member of their family who was transitioning to the last stage of their life. They swear they heard no one around and didn't see anyone, but the scream came from the dining room, connected to the kitchen via a sliding barn door. Items also seem to fall without cause in the kitchen often, even when carefully stacked. Many people spread their ashes on this property, or come to cleanse themselves and shake off anything negative. There's so much hurt, pain, and trauma shared and let go at camp, so it's no surprise the atmosphere would reflect that in some way. People have also reported hearing noises from a formerly certified kitchen, such as clanging and banging. This was in the retreat center, added on to the old dairy barn. The kitchen is connected to the retreat center via a large dining room. Past that dining room is a large gathering space where our summer camp counselors sleep during the week. The counselors were the only ones to hear the noises. The aforementioned cabins are very basic. No air conditioning, old bunk beds, something you'd expect from a summer camp in a scary movie. One story I'd heard from a very down-to-earth summer staff really got to me. They were coming up a hill to the farmhouse when they heard a scream from behind them. Mind you, it didn't sound like a child screaming. It sounded masculine. The staff member went to the summer staff lounge and asked for an escort from another staff member, due to being so frightened. Another similar story to the cabin and farmhouse screamer happened this summer. 3 staff were up late at night and heard what they described as coyotes fighting each other or a dog. They insisted a pack was tearing this animal apart due to the screams and howls they heard. When it sounded like the fight was over, they went looking for the hurt animal. They could hear it crying in pain, and they thought it was dying. I don't know why they went looking, but those are the choices staff members make during the summer. They swore the noise was coming from right behind them in the trees. But when they made it to the spot where they thought the fight took place, there was nothing but silence, nothing indicating that a fight ever happened. No crying, no whining, no blood. They didn't hear the supposed coyotes or dog again. I've never heard of or seen coyotes so close to camp. They thought it was most likely 10 to 15 feet into the woods. I've also never heard coyotes coming from that part of camp, and haven't heard them since. Some staff sleeping in the cabins have reported sporadic cases of farm animal noises coming from behind the cabins, close to where the coyotes were heard this summer. The cabins are a small walk from the old dairy farm. Down the hill from the farmhouse and the old retreat center with the haunted kitchen is a campfire pit with benches surrounding it. One night a week, we have s'mores for a snack before campfire. We send the kids to the edge of the woods to find roasting sticks. On one occasion a few weeks ago, a counselor and I were standing back from the group, just talking. Campfire is often a time for counselors to seek support or guidance, while the campers are distracted searching for sticks. The s'mores were long gone by then, and everyone was seated around the fire doing skits and telling stories. As the counselor and I were talking, we heard a noise from the woods, rustling and branches cracking. It sounded kind of like a small child. If you've heard a small person moving through the woods, that was kind of the noise. It was within 10 feet of us. The counselor rushed in, calling softly for the kid, trying to coax them out of the woods. But they found no child, nor any evidence of anyone walking through the forest. I went to ask leadership to make sure we had all the campers and staff accounted for, and we did. While I was doing that, I found the counselor about 15 feet back from where we were standing. In my absence, they'd heard the noise move further to a retreat building. They called out again. No answer. Needless to say, we don't stand in that spot anymore. Moving to the other side of camp, our campground is where I hear the most reports of screams and strange figures. By all reports, the campground was just a field when the camp bought the property. One experience I had a couple of years ago has kept me from going out to the campground at night, unless absolutely necessary. We have a few utility vehicles, and sometimes when a counselor or staff member needs a timeout, they will take a ride in these vehicles. It was right after dark when 3 of us took a ride out to the campground to clear our heads. We parked to talk for a minute. While we were parked, we heard masculine adult voices coming from a separate part of the campground. We felt obligated then to make sure no one was in that area, as much as we dreaded it. There were definitely some non-camp counselor approved words said about that decision. We drove out, parked, but nothing. The noises stopped. No speaking, no rustling, and no one in sight. We rushed out of there, and I haven't put myself in that situation again. There have been many reports of screams heard across camp that originated from the campground. Never feminine, always masculine. This has been going on for years, and the reports are always similar, even from new staff that have never heard the stories and legends yet. Some of our campers were staying in one of the newest retreat buildings, not the haunted kitchen one, and they saw a dark masculine figure coming from the direction of the campground. It seems the more we talk about the spirits hanging about, the more they make themselves known to us. During dinner prep one night, the same coworkers that heard that banshee sound and my husband and I were talking about these scary stories surrounding camp. That night, my husband and I were taking an after-dark walk, and we stopped after seeing a light coming from behind the haunted kitchen building that shouldn't be there. We watched it for a minute before deciding what to do, and as we figured we'd walk the other way, we heard what sounded like little girls laughing on the deck. We still ended up going on the deck after that, but we didn't find the source of that light. I actually debated telling this last story from camp, but I think it's a fitting ending to these creepy tales. First, I'm not going to type out the word, but it is 10 letters starting with S and ending with R. This specific creature comes from Navajo culture. I firmly believe that when you speak this name, you give them power, and I'm not up for that. This word came into conversation once in the kitchen at camp. If you've ever worked in a kitchen, you know that every and all conversations are fair game. We talked a bit about them and moved on. A few days after that conversation, my husband and I randomly ran into a family friend waiting for a table at a local restaurant. She was talking about a dead animal she'd found in her yard, which had been somewhat mutilated. Her daughter thought what had killed it was the word and spoke it out loud. By now, I'm not wanting to hear that word around me at all. Hearing her talking about them twice within a week was more than enough for me. At that point, the word had been declared a forbidden word in the kitchen and at camp. A week or so later, I was in the kitchen cooking dinner, and I was listening to this podcast when a story mentioning the word came on. I foolishly listened to it. At home that night, when my husband and I were winding down to bed, our dog gave 2 short barks out the window facing the backyard. This isn't unusual, and we thought of ignoring it, but something told me to look out. I did, and at the end of our driveway, I swear, was this black blob. There was nothing out there to cast a shadow, as it was far too dark, and the blob took no real shape. We were terrified. I went downstairs to open that door and get a better look. I looked at that dark blob for half a minute, and as I turned to go back inside, I saw the blob begin to morph into the head and front legs of a coyote or dog. I slammed and locked the door, rushing to my husband. He admitted that he saw it start to shift, but not the actual morphing. Now, the next story is the origin of our ghost at home, who I believe followed me to work and continues to come with me wherever I go. When I was in my late teens, a friend and I were out driving around smoking. We were in rural Wisconsin, so there were plenty of back roads to cruise. Once we got 20 to 30 miles away from our starting point, we stopped at this old and frequently used but not so abandoned graveyard. I know, lots of spooky things happen at graveyards, but this wasn't your typical dumb teenager doing rituals in the cemetery story. It's more like your typical dumb teenagers in a graveyard looking for trouble story. My friend and I looked around. We found the oldest headstones, then read off some names. We found some familiar last names. We then found a small maintenance shack, and to our surprise, it held old worn headstones, and less surprisingly, hedge clippers and other tools. Now, this wasn't the first graveyard I'd visited in the middle of the night, but I'd never found old headstones just lying around. We read them and looked for why they were in the shack, but they weren't in disrepair, just worn from Wisconsin weather over the years. Now, I'll remind you that, clearly, I was not in the best state of mind, having been smoking. I hoisted one of the small headstones into my arms. The name was something old-timey and feminine that started with an R, I believe. We then went off back to our homes. Soon after that, I became super paranoid about having this headstone, and I started to burn McCormick sage from a shaker bottle in my tiny studio apartment. The atmosphere in the apartment didn't feel right anymore, and I felt so uncomfortable there, like someone was there with me. As a disclaimer, this was in the midst of my battle with addiction, but I do truly think these events happened, and they weren't just a product of my using. Fast forward a few nights, I was at a friend's house, not too far from my own. I drove there and hung out for a bit. Eventually, it was time for me to go. I walked out the back door to my car and went to get in. There seemed to be something there, like a shadow, but not at the right angle to be natural. I was terrified, and opted to walk home in the dark, in an interesting state of mind. The whole time I was practically running, I was so freaked out, and I never run. I felt as if something was following me. The next day, I went to work at a local fast food establishment. It was a slow time between rushes. We were all chatting. All of a sudden, I kid you not, the name from the headstone I took popped up on one of our to-go tickets. Now, I had not told anyone about that headstone yet, and my friend that was with me at the time of the event didn't live in the area and would not have been talking to the people I worked with. After our shift was done, I recruited a coworker and my now husband to go to the graveyard and respectfully return the headstone ASAP. I can't say things were better after that, but definitely different. As creepy things continued to happen in my apartment, my husband and I began to call the ghost Phyllis. My husband and I began blaming every creepy, unexplainable thing that happened to us on Phyllis, which happened to be a lot of things. And now it seems Phyllis has been with us through every move. No breaks. From B. Anonymous. For the sake of telling this story, I'll be referring to myself as Mark. When I was a young kid back in the mid-90s, my family would spend summers on Cape Cod at our summer house. As I got older, I found myself living full-time on the Cape during the summer months. Working gigs at a different restaurant every year became a tradition for me until my last year of college. I graduated, but was having trouble finding work. So my family and I worked out this agreement to let me use the Cape House for the winter, so I could work where the money was better, even during winter. My goal was simply to bust my butt all winter long, saving up as much money as I could, keeping an eye out for the jobs I really wanted. I was at that stage in my life, after all. In the meantime, I began to search Craigslist for full-time work on the Cape with good pay. I applied to several, got hired for a few, and secured one. But I kept looking every day until I left, just in case something better came up. And something did. The day before I left, I came across a position for an overnight Marina watchman. And it was $50 an hour. Looking for part-time but preferably full-time. It also had good benefits. Now, my degrees are in marketing and English. I like living and working when the sun is up. But this was an appealing amount of money, and it was a 4-minute drive from my family's house. Again, this was my time to grind, so I sent in my resume along with a brief cover letter. An hour later, I heard back. They were interested in an interview. I told them I'd be on Cape the next day. They quickly replied back with the time, 11 a.m. The interview went well, so well that the Marina manager, Dave, asked if I wanted to start the following night. Feeling confident, I said I was good to go that night. To me, the sooner the better to start regulating my sleep schedule immediately. Now, I may not have meant this 100%, but I had something to prove. Dave seemed to like the response, and it was agreed. I was to be the Marina watchman 5 nights a week at $50 an hour. When I came back at 9 p.m., I parked and met Dave at the boat hangars, where there was also a little building for security and maintenance. This was on the other side of the marina, a part I'd never been to before, despite having been to the main entrance side, who knows how many times. And once I pulled up, I could see why. The boat hangar area wasn't on the water so much as it was inland, in the shade of the trees. These hangars weren't at all pleasant to look at by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, they looked dangerous. One wrong step and your kid might have tetanus, poison ivy, and paraffin poisoning. It made sense, I figured, because boat hangars aren't really supposed to be a playground kind of place. Or maybe this marina just isn't that well maintained. Dave gave me my uniform, which was a polo and khakis, both black, and a dark blue vest. He then proceeded to explain the job to me. It was mostly him talking about the history of the place, though, and how the harbor's been in the family for generations. As he rambled on, my eyes wandered, and I started to notice just how weathered these structures were. While the Cape was full of eroded structures, this place was probably condemnable. My eyes continued to wander, and the front door of the security building caught my eye. It looked as if it had been through a bomb blast. The metal door had been scratched at so much it had begun to fold inwards. One would have to look closely to see the remaining fragments of the original paint. I asked Dave about this, and he chuckled. Dogs. He then pointed to something I hadn't noticed yet. Somewhat hidden in the overgrowth at the edge of one of the hangars was a pile of metal water bowls. Crapload of dogs come through here every summer. If someone's dog doesn't do well on boats, or if they just don't want the hassle, we have some girls in the summer watch the dogs. Fair enough, I thought. All was going reasonably well until he said, "One last thing. From now on until the sun's up, no breaks. You don't patrol, you've got all you need here in front of you. Remember, all you're doing is watching the cameras. If you need to pee, bring some bottles. If you have to go number 2, we've got billions of 5-gallon buckets lying around the place. The cameras are everywhere but the security shack, so you can do your business in privacy. Don't believe me? Use the hidden camera detector in the drawer. I've got no interest in watching you. Anyway, those are the rules." There was an awkward pause, of course. "Look, you could say that's part of the reason why this job pays so high," said Dave, before I could respond. "But I'll make a deal with you. If you can make it through tonight, I'll start you at $55 an hour instead of $50. I like you so far, and I've got a feeling you could do good work, for however long it is you'll be living here on the Cape. If you do that good work, then you'll have a good employee review every month. You know what that means?" I didn't say anything yet, because I was pretty sure I knew the answer. "More money. There's good opportunity here. This is a family-owned marina. We like to keep everything in-house and family. Welcome aboard, Mark." He held out his hand for a handshake. I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I shook his hand. From 9 p.m. to midnight, nothing happened. There was nothing to do, so I spent time playing around my phone, going through drawers, and even tried out that hidden camera detector Dave told me about. He wasn't lying. There were no hidden lenses in the security shack, and that did put my mind at ease. I couldn't stop thinking about how I wasn't allowed to take a break, though. How I wasn't even allowed to patrol. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for staying in a safe and well-lit space, over going out into the dark all by myself. But for me to be told so surely and sternly that I can't go outside, that's strange. Very strange. I mean, I'm not working underwater, on an oil rig, or in the Arctic. I'm a Marina watchman on Cape Cod in the winter. So what was the big deal? At around 1 in the morning, I made myself a cup of coffee because I was just starting to feel tired. Which was fine. I would head straight to bed once I was out of here. However, after drinking my coffee, I guess I'd fallen asleep before the caffeine hit me. When I woke up, it was to the sound of scraping at the door. Not scratching, but scraping. Immediately, I was up. I had my back to the security monitor, so I was facing the door and 2 front windows. And while I couldn't see out those windows, I could see the hinges on the door moving ever so slightly, slowly, as the scraping continued. I spun my chair around to look at the monitors. That's when I saw why this job was paying so much. I'm from New Hampshire, so the first thing I'm thinking when I see the pitch black fuzzy mass pressing down on my door is, oh great, a freaking bear. But then I recalled there should be no bears on the Cape. So what was I looking at? The only thing I knew for sure was that wasn't a dog. That's when I heard Dave's voice come in on a CB radio on one of the shelves, which I had noticed earlier, but I thought nothing of it because it looked old and not in use.
"Don't worry, Mark, I know this seems scary, but you'll be fine if you just follow my directions. It's important you know that she likes to scratch at the door for a while, then disappear for a bit. You might feel inclined to run to your car because it's only a few feet away, but I promise you that'll be the last thing you ever do. So when she does get tired and stops scratching, do yourself a favor. Just sit where you are. She'll be back. She doesn't go far."
I responded, "Man, I'm not sure this job is for me." I heard him chuckling.
"Really? I haven't heard anyone say that before. Just don't worry. You seem like a hard worker. And as I said earlier, Mark, I like you. I've got a good feeling she's gonna like you too. I'll check in with you soon. Oh, and don't bother calling the police."
The static subdued. The scraping, however, had not, and it wouldn't subside for the longest half hour of my life. When it finally did, I wasn't looking at the monitor. I was looking at the CB, wondering when I was going to hear from Dave again. As soon as I realized the scraping had stopped, I looked to the monitor at once. But when I did, all I saw right outside was a rising cloud of sand, which hissed and crackled against the glass window panes. It, or she, had left, very fast. I go over to the CB and radio Dave. "It's gone," I said. But I didn't hear back, and I couldn't think of anything else to say. I was trapped there. There was literally nothing I could do. I ignored Dave's request to not call the police, taking out my cell phone. Much to my horror, the police, well, they knew about this apparently. They were of no help at all. I didn't even get to speak to an officer. It was dispatch who told me I was probably dealing with one of the dogs that lives close by. They get out all the time, apparently. The dispatcher ended the call, telling me I had nothing to worry about, so long as I do what Dave says and stayed inside. I couldn't believe it. As a last resort, I contemplated calling my dad, but as my finger hovered over the call button, I heard from Dave again over the CB.
"I thought I told you not to call the police."
I hesitated. I wanted to say something, but I was truly at a loss for words. Telling him how I didn't feel right, that felt like some sort of trap. Obviously, he knows I'm scared, and obviously he understands the situation better than me. So I grabbed the radio, asking him, "What else am I supposed to do?" I hear him chuckle again. A sound that had been so charismatic and friendly just a few hours ago now felt like a bitter reminder of who's in charge.
"Great question. You want to know everything? You gotta promise me right now that you're not gonna quit on me after tonight. Because if I tell you everything and you do quit on me after tonight, believe me when I say she'll find you. She knows what you smell like. Even if you go to the Arctic or the freaking moon, she'll find you, and when she does, Mark, she's gonna poke thousands of tiny holes in your body and wring you out like a freaking sponge, and nobody will ever hear from you again. Do I make myself clear?"
"You got it. I won't say anything," I radioed back.
"So I'm clear?"
"Yes."
"Good. But you're still not interested in staying? Because I'm telling you, you could make a lot of money with us. What are you thinking? Need more time to decide?"
At that moment, more than ever, I really had no idea what to say. I wanted to say, "No, you'll never hear from me again." I wanted to say, "No, there's no amount of money in the world that can keep me here for more than one shift." I wanted to tell him if he loves this freaking thing so much, he can come do the job himself. But why bother? Dave and that thing were in control. There was no foreseeable way out of this unless I said yes, that I wanted to hear more. Dave said he'd give me more time. After a few seconds, maybe after a minute, there was a new sound. A big sound like a long howl with a deeply unsettling rattle coming from it. It sounded like it was inside one of the hangars.
"Oh, sounds like troublemaker's up."
My heart skipped a few beats. Then there was another new sound, this time from my opposite side. Something was responding to the first, but it was different, like a massive bird imitating a cat's purr.
"Both of them, huh? One other thing. And for God's sake, listen. Don't call your friends or family and tell them about this. You can tell them you work here, that's fine, but you know the drill. Over and out."
The static faded, and I was left with the sound of scraping. On the monitor, she was back. That void, scraping at the door. Now there was howling too, cooing and chatting as well, and I didn't understand a bit of it. My body was telling me to sleep, my brain to wake up, and vice versa. I was the most scared I'd ever been at this point. As much as I didn't want to look at the door, at its hinges, slowly but surely loosening, I couldn't help myself. A horrible feeling in my gut was telling me that I could tell time better this way, looking at those loosening door hinges instead of the clock. A horrible feeling that would get more and more intense unless I peeked behind my shoulder. She left 3 more times throughout the night, and each time the noises from the hangars would quiet down, as though whatever each of them contained fell back asleep. Once she left for a final time, I heard birds and seagulls. At long last, I could see the night sky getting lighter by the second. Adrenaline was starting to kick in. I'd made it. I was going to leave, and I would give Dave my most honorable, solemn word of secrecy and get out. Screw the Cape. I'm going straight home. Then I heard Dave on the CB.
Good morning. I'll be over there in a couple minutes and we can chat. Or not. That's entirely up to you,
he said. To put it briefly, Dave and I didn't have much to talk about, but we had an understanding. I went back home to New Hampshire, back into the mountains. My parents didn't seem to mind. In fact, they didn't question it at all, saying sometimes things just don't work out the way you imagined they would. Did they know something, I wondered. But I didn't ask. I couldn't ask. The more time went on, though, the more I felt compelled to just beat around the bush a bit, ask some questions, because I just had this feeling they knew something. They'd been so blasé with me ever since I got back. This paranoia kept building inside me until one night, when I was in my bedroom scrolling through my phone, something landed on my windowsill. No, it wasn't that thing, she. It was something else. I wanted to hide under my covers, but I was too scared to move. I looked at it. A hairless, mouthless, winged gargoyle-type creature. Not rock, not clay, but flesh and bone. Its eyes were closed, yet I could feel it was looking right at me. Then it blinked, an image I will never get out of my head. Its eyelids opened to blink, revealing in the moonlight fleshy masses that looked nothing like eyeballs. I don't know what they looked like. I didn't know what I was looking at. But of course, deep inside I did. Then it turned out this creature did have a mouth. A pulsing orifice opened up, and I heard the CB radio crackle from the void, followed by Dave's chuckle.
I know what you think about Mark. I know everything about you. Try not to worry too much, though. Don't go forgetting about our special night together. I know we're both going to remember for a long time.
Mittens and Gremlins, from Jason R. Steve was always good for a chat. He and I could sit around and talk about nothing for hours. We were experts at it. There were several reasons for this. The first was that he and I were former military. The next, we were both at the time working security. And lastly, we both liked to tell stories about our times when we were back in uniform. I like scary stories, stories about encounters with creatures. And as Steve was 65, he had more than a few to share. You know, I used to work at a mall. I failed spectacularly to suppress a laugh. You gotta know how cliché that sounds. Why, yes, actually, I do. And so did every customer who ever walked into that mall. They repeatedly reminded me. The look on his face let me know that he was going to continue, so I would need to keep my snark to a minimum. Well, my favorite store to walk by there was the pet store. Think it was called Petland or something. I looked it up recently, and apparently Petland was a pretty big franchise. I loved the place, he said. It smelled kind of funny, though. Probably smelled a lot like you do right now, I said. Keep in mind, for being a former soldier, my jabs were rather tame. I then steered the conversation back on topic. Yeah, it's always fun going into a pet store. But between the prices being kinda high and the cost of supplies, he cut me off. You're cheap, I get it. But you know, whenever you go into those stores, it's always puppies. They always sell puppies, never full-grown dogs. But this place, at the time, had a full-grown dog. I guess it was kind of like a mascot or something. A sweet little guy. Pit bull terrier mix, all black and white. He belonged to the store's owner. But he had all these hip issues. I had to stop myself from mentioning that he and the dog really did have a lot in common. Steve was kinda beat up. They called him Mittens, he said. Sounds more like a cat's name. Why you didn't become a detective escapes me, he replied sarcastically. He stopped for a moment and sucked down some coffee. Yes, I think you're right. Mittens is a cat's name. I think he called him that because he thought it was funny. Anyway, the little pooch was a sweetheart, and he couldn't get around too well. The boss man did his best, treated him like he was one of the family. But he was busy, so he had to take Mittens to work with him. Now, normally Mittens would just sit in the corner. Every time I went in there, Mittens was there. He would smile at me, cock his head, and wag his tail. Yeah, I loved the little guy. Most folks did. I could tell then the story made him quite sad. He went on. Except these little jerks. How many of them were there? I asked. I was expecting a scary story, but a story about a pooch and some mean kids wasn't really doing it for me. Dunno, I think maybe 4 of them. Their sorry little tails would come by, run past, and smack him, or they'd throw stuff at the poor guy. I think they poured a soda on him once too. As he couldn't chase after him, he was an easy mark. I caught them doing it a couple of times. It teed me off really bad. Mittens didn't understand what was happening, didn't know why they did that to him. I decided at this point in the story to stop with the snark altogether. He seemed very sad and confused that people could do that to a poor dog. It was something that broke my cold, dead heart too. Nothing's worse than treating a pet or child, someone innocent and naive, that way. He continued. So they tormented him, all up until the day he died, Steve said. I called him the gremlins. He was getting on in doggy years and obviously wasn't in the best of health. Now, I'm guessing you're wondering why I'm telling you all this mush when you asked about scary things. Sure am. Well, it's what happened afterward that was scary. He took a second to swirl his coffee. Those brats began finding out what it's like to be scared and helpless. The man who owned that pet store, Will, told me that a couple of them came in and complained. I think he said one of their moms was with them. They said they didn't appreciate him sicking mittens on them and that their precious angels were only messing around before, that they didn't mean any harm. He smiled. I can only imagine the look on their faces when he told them straight out Mittens had passed away weeks ago. Naturally, they didn't believe him. They went to the cops. I imagine they were quite shocked when the cops checked and found out that, just like Will had said, Mittens had been dead long before something had terrorized their mutant spawn. They figured at that point some other dog had done it. And since Will didn't have any other dogs, well, so much for that. That is kind of creepy, I replied. That's nothing. One night one of the other gremlins was attacked. And I mean attacked. He had cuts all over. Kids always exaggerate things, but this one swore that it was a pit bull terrier that tore right into him. Sounds like one of Mittens' cousins got revenge for him. I don't think so. Mittens had a hip brace and had this little red clover stitched into it. Steve took a long slurping swig of coffee. And the dog that attacked that kid was mostly black and wore a hip brace with a red clover on it. You're not suggesting what I think you are. No, I'm flat out telling you. He came back all hellhound-like and got him some payback. Kinda harsh payback, don't you think? Kids back then sucked. Real mean and nasty little things. Geez, I said. Sounds like they were the same age as me. Steve then finished his coffee with a really annoying smile on his face. Does anybody have any idea what this could have been? From Luca J. A few years ago now, I had an encounter with, well, I'm not sure what it was. I was young, but this will stay with me forever. No doubt about that. And I remember everything in so much detail that I could swear it only happened yesterday. I should mention I live in the UK, though I hadn't been living here for a long time at the time this happened. I had only recently become fluent enough in English to even share this story with people who don't speak my native tongue. There were two friends, people I had met when I was assigned to my squadron, who also witnessed this thing. We'll call them Crops and Geek, for the sake of not sharing their real names. I was 15 back then, and I'd been on many trips with my cadets division in the military. This time was no different. Me, my squadron, maybe around 4 other squadrons, and our higher-ups all headed to a woodland we were all familiar with. There would have been around 30 of us at most. We packed up our assault packs, a term we use for rucksacks in the military. We loaded onto the 2 coaches we had to take us to our destination. Sleeping bags, mess kits, tarpaulin, axe, and other survival necessities were all we had other than the Glock 17s we were allowed for firearm practice and emergencies. It took a few hours for us to arrive, and when we all grouped up after getting off of our coaches, I heard one of my higher-ups speaking with the convoy's lead driver. They were discussing the extraction date and area. We had 2 long, nice weeks to ourselves in the wilderness. At first, the isolation was nice. We survived on salmon and other fish that swam in the rivers around us, as well as the odd bramble bushes we found that were safe to eat from. We moved around a lot when daylight lit the forest up from place to place. We went swimming in a lake whenever we got the chance. Everything felt so natural, so peaceful. That was until the 8th night. We set up camp per usual, built our own shelters from stray logs and branches, which we covered over with our tarps, and then littered with leaves and other foliage to make it blend in. There was a clearing around 6 or 7 meters from our camp, which was littered with deep, natural trenches. Some of the trenches were covered with fallen logs and branches. This made a perfect hiding spot, as it was blocked over from the top with just enough room to squeeze between the logs and the ground and lay there. It was only just getting near sunset. We'd all finished our meal of some kind of river fish with wild garlic. My commander then announced that we were going to gear up and play some tactical hide-and-seek to liven us up and wear us out so we would sleep well. Me and the other 4 members of our squadron all camouflaged our skin in dirt and camo paint sticks. We shoved leaves and debris anywhere that might expose us and dirtied any metal we were wearing so it wouldn't shine, giving away our locations. When everyone was ready, our higher-ups began to chant and sync, counting. 1, 2. My squadron and I booked it as fast as we could through the clearing, searching for hiding spots in which we could signal to each other when a seeker was nearby. 3, 4, 5. Crops and I stopped near the edge of the clearing, ducking into one of the covered trenches, signaling to Geek and the other 2 squaddies, squadron members, to let them know where we were. Geek was hidden in a ditch beneath some upturned roots of an old cedar tree, signaling when he was ready, so we knew that's where he'd be hiding. 6, 7, 8. One of the others flopped onto the ground in a small indent in the dirt. Pulling leaves over himself, Crops soon nudged me, letting me know he too had signaled. He was good. 9. We all lay as still and silent as possible, using our previous survival training to control and quiet our breathing. We were all maybe 12 meters apart at the very farthest. 10. We heard the higher-ups begin to search. It was obvious they had split into a few groups, hoping to find everyone more quickly. When a stick snapped somewhere to my left, I immediately turned my head to peek between the narrow gap some of the logs offered. I expected to see one of those higher-ups, maybe even my commander. Instead, I saw nothing. After an hour of lying motionless in the now dark clearing, silent in those trenches with the other squaddies, which by that point had been found, Crops nudged me. When I glanced at him, I noticed he had gone pale. He put a finger up to his lips, letting me know to stay silent. He then motioned slowly to the left. I expected to see a higher-up again. Instead, I saw something snuffling around in some bushes nearby. something that was pale. And even though it was at least 20 meters away, I could see its veins through its skin. I had no idea what that thing was, and it was clear to me that neither did Crops. It was getting closer, slowly, sniffing. 15 meters, still sniffing, getting closer. 10 meters, still getting closer. Suddenly, I heard the voice of my commander. He was yelling for us to come out, telling us we'd won. If it weren't for his yells, that thing would have continued until it did find us. Instead, we watched it raise its head in the direction of the camp where my commander was, before it disappeared into the trees outside the clearing. Shaken up, neither me nor Crops wanted to come out. But eventually, we did. We then ran all the way back to the camp. We didn't say a word about it to anyone, not even to our other squaddies. I don't think they would have believed us anyway. We were young teenagers at the time, after all. By night, we'd both forgotten what we'd seen out on the far side of the clearing. Maybe not forgotten, we just put it out of our minds. We were enjoying some silence, all huddled together in our shared shelter. It was too warm at the time to get into our sleeping bags, so we were just lying on top of them to stay off the ground. Geek was beginning to doze off, but Crops and I and the other two squaddies were on our stomachs, just talking with each other. We were discussing what we would do after the field trip, and all the things we had planned for the rest of the upcoming summer break. Our other two squaddies had headed off to another squadron's shelter to stay with them, since that group was mostly their friends. We said our goodbyes and goodnights. Then me and Crops went back to just chatting. Eventually, everyone was asleep. I was the only one awake. I'd gone from enjoying the silence to very quickly realizing just how quiet it really was. No crickets, no squeaking of rodents, no snuffling of deer passing by the camp. It was a dead silence. From what I had learned in wilderness training, I knew this kind of absolute quiet only happened when there was some kind of predator nearby, lurking, hunting. I instinctively reached to the back of my waistband, where I preferred to keep my Glock. That's when I saw it. The same thing as before. That creature. It was in the clearing, sniffing the trenched area Crops and I had been in earlier. It knew we'd been in there. I moved over to nudge Geek awake to my left, then Crops to my right. I brought a finger to my mouth as a sign to stay quiet, nodding my head towards where that thing was standing. I didn't dare look away from it to see their faces, but I could tell they were both as horrified and scared as I was. In the dim moonlight, I could make out its pale, translucent skin, its slits for nostrils, and its gaping, deep black hollows where its eyes were meant to be. It was hunched over, but I'd say it probably stood at least 6 feet tall. Its hands and feet were huge, fingers long, with very obvious claws on each digit of its toes and fingers. It was so disproportionate, it looked like a human figure that had been twisted and elongated in strange ways. Just looking at it was so unsettling. That's when my blood ran cold. It was looking at us, right at us. Geek gasped quietly, reaching for his Glock 17 too, and soon Crops was doing the same, reaching for his. "What the heck is that?" I heard him whisper. "I don't know," I whispered back. I wanted to bolt for the higher-ups, but I found myself frozen in place, gripping my gun in terror as it began to slowly come towards us. I heard one of their gun's safeties latch off, and I did the same, aiming at that thing through my shaking hands. I don't remember much of what happened from that point. I know we didn't see it again after that night, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched until we all finally left. I don't know what that thing was, but I do think it's quite safe to say that I will steer clear of those woods for the rest of my life. I don't care how familiar I am with the area. I'll think twice about staying overnight in any forest again. SAR Training Encounter. From Anonymous. I've been a search and rescue officer for over 30 years. Now I'm retired, living with my family in upstate New York. The story I'm going to tell you happened to me and my team during a training exercise in a deep forest in Pennsylvania. It was 1991, the year I officially became an SAR officer. I was at the top of my class, passing all the exams for the SAR protocols. My first mission was to go with my team to a dense forest in Pennsylvania for SAR training. It was a 2-day survival training exercise. We prepared all the equipment we needed for the mission, including communication systems, climbing gear, warm clothing, and everything else. Food and water, of course, too. We were carried by a helicopter heading to Pennsylvania. Captain McMillian was quick to remind us this was just a training exercise. When we reached the dense forest of Pennsylvania, we landed on an open field that marked the LZ, where the training exercise started and ended. We marked the field for our LZ with yellow tape surrounding the whole area. Then we all headed out into the forest for our training. We found the perfect spot for our camping site, only 2 miles away from our LZ. It was better to stay close than too far away. As we unpacked our gear, preparing our equipment, we started a bonfire, relaxing while cooking our food. After that, we all went to our tents and slept for our training the next day. Day 1. Securing and monitoring. Early in the morning, Captain McMillian woke up and went out to secure the area, monitoring all the surrounding places. We'd set up a training dummy on top of a tree and left clues all around the forest. Around 6 a.m., Captain McMillian woke everyone up. He got us ready for breakfast before the training began. He explained that the first training exercise was to find a missing person in the forest, whom he had hidden earlier. Our captain divided us into 2 groups. The rules were simple. The team that found the missing person first would get a free ride and have the rest of the day off, while the team that didn't find the missing person would be punished. We would have until 6 p.m., with an estimated search time of 10 hours after the person was reported missing. Training began at 8 a.m. Around 4 p.m., both my team and the other team came back to the base camp, managing to find the missing person. We came back laughing and happy. Captain McMillian was intrigued and excited to hear how we'd managed to find the missing person working together. As the day came to an end, we all relaxed and talked until everyone got tired and went to bed. Day 2. First aid, navigation, and survival. The final day had arrived. The focus of the day would be on the most basic training skills for a search and rescue officer. Early in the morning at 3 a.m., Captain McMillian woke up everyone. He reminded us it was the final day, and he wanted to test if we were capable of performing the most basic SAR training. He blindfolded all of us, led us into the forest. About 2 hours later, we arrived somewhere, and he allowed us to take off the blindfolds. He told us to use our skills to find the LZ. He said he'd left no clues for us to find our way back. Captain McMillian laughed, saying, "The helicopter will be here at 8 p.m. I'll signal the helicopter with yellow smoke, and I'll see you guys back at the LZ. I hope." Then he left. We were all taken by surprise, but this was part of the training. We would have to find the LZ before the helicopter arrived. We worked as a team, trying to figure out where the LZ would be located from here, relying only on the skills we'd been taught. All I remembered was that the LZ was likely located in the northwest. After that, we all headed the same way Captain McMillian went. It had been 3 hours and we hadn't found the LZ, but we hadn't given up hope yet. As we traveled, we came across a small rocky slope cliff. The compass showed that we were headed northwest, and we had to climb this cliff, which was weird, because when Captain McMillian blindfolded us, we hadn't climbed or descended from a cliff at all. However, we continued on, climbing the cliff, until a rope snapped. This caused one of my teammates to fall, breaking his foot. We hurried to him, offering first aid to stop the bleeding. We had to carefully put his foot back into place. We were all horrified, but this was part of the training. We couldn't leave anyone behind. We worked together, using a stretcher to carry our injured teammate. It took us much longer to get over the cliff due to the teammate's injury, but we managed it. It was 6 p.m. We had 2 hours left before the helicopter arrived at the LZ. We walked through the forest, securing and monitoring all the surrounding areas. One of my teammates noticed something in the distance. He told everyone to stop, and as he pointed, we all looked in the direction he indicated. We didn't know what it was, but what it looked like to me was something standing on 2 feet with deer-like horns on top of its head. That thing was massive. From the distance, we could just barely make out its eyes, and what we saw scared the heck out of us. Its eyes were red, and it was looking back at us. We bolted, carrying our injured teammate. After running away, we couldn't help but feel like we were being followed. We picked up our pace, eventually hearing the helicopter pass us overhead, and we knew we were close to the LZ. We saw yellow smoke in the air, and we knew that Captain McMillian was nearby. When we arrived, he was waiting there for us, helicopter descending to the LZ. As we boarded and descended, I looked down to see if that thing was in fact following us, and I kid you not, I saw a similar figure emerge from the forest, standing in the field and looking at us with its shiny red eyes as we flew away. When we made it back to SAR headquarters, we explained to Captain McMillian what had happened since he left. However, we left out what we saw, that thing that possibly chased us through the forest that day. We don't even know what it was. All we really know is that there's something bizarre and creepy in the forests of Pennsylvania. A mangy dog, or a skinwalker. From Snow Squirrel. This story was, oddly enough, told to me in the break room of my workplace. I have many stories throughout my life, from encounters with the Fae to flesh pedestrians. My family has had encounters long before I was born, and I believe they will continue for generations to come. However, today I'm going to start with an encounter a friend told me. For her privacy, I'll refer to her as Jay. Jay and I sat down in the break room for lunch one day. I mentioned to her that I couldn't sleep the night before because I'd heard something running around in my yard lately at night. It was getting annoying. I mentioned I believed it to be a flesh pedestrian, and she asked how I knew it was a skinwalker. I gave her a look, asking her how she knew I was talking about that. "Well, I saw one when I lived in Arizona," she said. I sat my Philly cheesesteak aside, leaning in and saying, "Oh, this I gotta hear." She obliged and began to tell me her story while we ate. "So, when I was 21, I lived in Arizona with my dad. My stepmother had these 2 little dogs, Chihuahua mixes. You know, the annoying yappy kind." I nodded, mentioning that my aunt had a Chihuahua named Tinkerbell, and the small demon pup was about to turn 18. Jay took a sip of her drink and continued on. "Yeah, then you already know. Yappy little things that kept escaping the yard whenever they had a chance. We lived in an area with a clearing leading up to a forest, and of course the dogs got loose again. I was in the yard helping my stepmother search for them. Suddenly, I spotted movement on the edge of the forest. While my stepmother called for the dogs, I went looking to see what it was. I saw this gray creature slinking across the clearing in the woods, moving back and forth in a serpentine-like way. It was low to the ground. I raised a finger, asking if it was the skinny, lanky human shape or the one with the deer skull. "Neither of those," she replied. "It looked like a greyhound, a whippet, but it was all wrong. The sun was setting, so I didn't get the best look at it, but it definitely looked like a super messed up dog, except dogs don't stalk you like that." I nodded again, noting that a whippet or a greyhound was a pet. It wouldn't be hunting someone to begin with. "Yeah, so I see this mangy-looking dog. It's too long, low to the ground, stalking towards us. My stepmother's dogs are nowhere to be found, and she doesn't even see it coming. She's still looking for her dogs." I turned towards the house, telling her to run. At first, she didn't want to listen to me, until I pointed out the creature getting closer, assuring her that I would explain later. We quickly made our way back into the yard and into the house as I watched it come closer. We locked the doors, staying inside the remainder of the night. It didn't seem to follow us. Luckily for my stepmother, the neighbors found her dogs a few houses away the next morning. I commented that it definitely didn't sound like it was a dog. We finished our food, and I glanced up at the time clock, informing her that, unfortunately, I would have to share my own encounter another time. Sadly, that would be the last time I saw Jay. She left the company before we had another spooky lunch session. It's not a very long or even a scary encounter, but it was an encounter from one of the few people I've met who's lived a life as strange as mine. If you're listening, Jay, thank you for telling me your story. Something in the hayfield. From the Washington Farmer. I don't usually think much of the supernatural, but this experience really changed my perspective. I'm 22, but I was 21 at the time this happened. I spent the summer of 2022 working in southwestern Oregon. I'd taken a summer job off from Wildland Fire for a good-paying job baling hay for a custom hay company. It was mid-August, and they had me in a New Holland T7 260 with 2 other tractors in the field that night. We did most of our meadow hay baling at night, as you have to be careful about the moisture of grass hay when baling, or else it can spontaneously combust when stacked. I was working on the west end of the field, while the other 2 tractors were on the east end, making their way towards me. It must have been around midnight or 1 a.m. I was going along, jamming out to some Creedence Clearwater Revival, when my baler got plugged. The hay had bunched up in front of the feeder drum. I was probably going too fast for the conditions, or I ran across a wet spot. The field was flood irrigated, so it wasn't too uncommon to find some hay that hadn't dried completely. I climbed out of my tractor to deal with the plug, pulling out handfuls of hay until the baler would take the pile. The tractor had a bunch of auxiliary lights, so the area around it was quite well lit. To be honest with you, I never did like the dark, but I felt pretty safe at the time. I was probably 2 windrows from the edge of the field at that moment. The fence lines around the field had tall canary grass growing at least 6 feet tall, where the swathers couldn't get to. This had always bothered me for some reason, but I'm from eastern Washington, so I'm used to being able to see for a ways out. As I lay in the hay trying to unplug my baler, I heard the grass at the edge of the field moving. I looked over towards the sound, but I didn't see anything just yet. I figured it was an animal or something, and I didn't think much more of it. After I got the baler unplugged, I hopped back into the tractor and kept going. It wasn't too long after that I happened to see a coyote at the edge of where my lights were shining. Again, didn't think much of it. Fast forward about 20 minutes, I see a coyote again, still hanging out just outside the range of the work lights of my tractor. I started to think about it, how bold it was, getting this close to my tractor. Around 3 a.m., I had a shear bolt break on the baler. It's a simple fix. It's just a bolt that goes through the flywheel of the baler that's designed to break if there's too much strain on it. Kind of a safety feature to make sure you don't damage the baler itself. I went out to change out the bolt when I heard something. It sounded like a voice, but I couldn't quite make it out. I tried to hurry up with the shear bolt replacement. As I finished up and I was closing the shield on the baler, I heard the voice again. It kind of sounded like one of my friends who was driving one of the tractors on the other side of the field. I looked around, but both sets of headlights were still moving. I was starting to freak out at this point. There shouldn't be anyone out here at 3 a.m. We're 5 miles down a gravel road from a town of like 40 people. I started to rush towards the tractor and climb the steps. The voice was getting louder, calling my name. I climbed in and slammed the door shut behind me. As I'm putting the tractor in gear, I looked out the door. At the edge of where my lights were shining was what looked to be a coyote. This time, however, there's something wrong with it. It looked all mangy and the eyes weren't shining the right color. They almost looked crimson red. On its face was what resembled a smile. Then I swear I saw it stand up on its hind legs. It tried to take a clumsy step in my direction. When I saw this, I dumped the clutch and kept on moving. Up until the sun came up, every time I looked in the mirror, I could see a coyote staying just beyond the lights of my tractor, just like it had before. As the sun was coming up over the mountain next to us, I saw that coyote begin to run towards the tall grass at the end of the field. I radioed the other guys in the other tractors, but they had no clue what I was talking about. Thank God I didn't have a plug-up or another shear bolt break after that. I have no idea what I saw or what I heard that night, but that wasn't the last of it. Several nights later, we'd gotten rained out, so I was able to sleep at night instead of during the day. It was in the bunkhouse. I was on the second floor on my bunk bed. I just woke up around 4 a.m. and I could not go back to sleep. But when I'm up, I'm up. So I just lay in my bed, scrolling through TikTok. It was around then that I began to hear scratching on the window. Like I said, this is the second floor. Now, there are no trees near the building. It was then that I heard that same dang voice trying to mimic one of my coworkers who wasn't even in town that night. After about 20 minutes, everything went silent again. That was the last I ever heard of whatever that was, and I hope I never have to deal with it again. I've no clue what it was, but I have heard stories of things like skinwalkers, and I wonder if it could have been that. I fought a demon and won. From Visigoth. In July of 2000, I was forced to confront the fact that all the stories and myths I'd ever heard about demons were true. They are real, they are evil, and they want and are able to kill the living. I grew up in a Catholic household in the Midwest. My home life was very chaotic, mostly as a result of my veteran father dealing with his shell shock by drinking excessively and getting in fights at poker games. My father had a hard time keeping a job, and we never seemed to have any money. My mom and dad argued constantly, and we moved frequently, so I never really felt any sense of comfort or stability at home. Just when I made some neighborhood friends or got into a rhythm at school, we would pack up and move, and I would be the new kid all over again. Years and years of living like this made me grow to resent my family, my community, and even my faith, which I decided at one point was just a scam to scare gullible people and line the pockets of the clergy. I never had any friends, so I put all my effort into my schoolwork. I got a scholarship to a university hours away from home. I studied psychology and criminal justice with the intent of becoming an FBI agent or a lawyer. I graduated with honors. After that, I immediately moved to California, leaving my former life and dysfunctional family behind. Everything changed for me in California. I got a great job working for a private investigation firm. I met a free-spirited, exotic young woman, and after dating for 6 months, we moved in together. My girlfriend, Salem, had a dark sense of humor. She liked much heavier music than I did and was into spiritualism, which I considered total bunk at the time. However, she did contrast my rather stoic and staid personality perfectly, so we got along really well. She was very attractive to me, and that may have clouded my judgment somewhat. Salem was always going on and on about crystals, psychics, and other esoteric topics, which I thought were just harmless hobbies of hers. She would go to psychic fairs every other week or so, and always wanted me to go with her, but I never would. Finally, after months and months of pestering me to go with her, I agreed to attend one for her. It was not what I imagined it to be. For some reason, I thought it would be more like a Renaissance fair or something, with Gothic decorations and candles everywhere, everyone wearing robes and pointy hats. Instead, it was held in a cramped little bland outlet in a strip mall. There were a dozen or so psychics giving different types of readings, from tea leaves to tarot cards, and all manner of retail items for sale, primarily books, crystals, and herbs. Salem had a reading, then another from a different person, then another. Eventually, I was very bored and a little weirded out by some of the people there, but I just stayed by her side and kept my opinions to myself. Before we left, she bought a small purple crystal sphere that looked exactly like I always pictured a crystal ball to look, as well as a small pedestal for it to rest on. After that, we went home. That very same night, for the first time in my life, I stopped breathing in my sleep. I woke straight up, gasping for air. Sure, I know, there are numerous explanations for this to happen, but I was in my early 20s at the time and in great physical shape. I'd been studying martial arts for years, and I'd even taken up surfing once moving to California. My sudden case of breathlessness scared Salem, but I just blew it off as some sort of weird fluke. The next night, it happened again, only this time I opened my eyes and I was awake when I realized I wasn't breathing. I could hear myself making a gurgling, choking sound. I then bolted up in bed and began gasping for air again. Now, I was scared too. Being a logical person, I got on the internet and began searching for possible reasons for what had happened to me. Sleep apnea seemed to be the most likely explanation, but I'd never had it before in my life, and it wasn't supposed to continue happening to you after you wake up. Keep in mind, the second occurrence I was wide awake. While still at my computer, I turned around. I was just kind of ruminating on things when my gaze fell upon the crystal sphere that Salem had placed on the entertainment center above our television. I then turned back to my computer, typing in "dangers of crystals" into the search engine. The top 2 results were about the spiritual dangers of the uninitiated using crystals. The 3rd and 4th results were about what the Bible says about crystals. I dove down an internet rabbit hole that lasted hours and consumed my thoughts. I didn't believe in spirituality, witches, demons, angels, or any of that stuff. But for some reason, I could not stop digging deeper and deeper into the topic. I read website after website about sacred stones in the occult, about how some believe crystals can be used to communicate with spiritual entities, or even open a gateway to other dimensions. After every article or blog, I would shake my head and basically tell myself, yeah, right. But I just kept on searching and reading until I began to fixate on the crystal being the root of my problems. Still, it was just a hunk of rock, wasn't it? How could it possibly affect my sleep? There's no logical way that it could, right? One day, Salem came home from her sister's house. The two of us had a nice evening together. I didn't mention anything about the crystal or spending my days searching the dark corners of the internet for solutions to my sleep problem. We stayed up late watching a movie, and she fell asleep on the couch. I carried her to bed and went to sleep myself. She slept on the left side of the bed, me on the right. That night, it happened again. I woke up aware that I was suffocating. I tried to sit up and take a breath like I had the last time, but I could not sit up. I could not breathe. What little air that happened to go through my nose brought with it the scent of a terrible foul odor of wet earth and decay. The entire right side of my face felt frozen, like my head was being held next to an open freezer. Still gasping for air, I turned my head to the right, and there, inches from my face, was a man. Well, male in form, but it was not just a man. It was a creature, an entity, a demon. This wasn't a dream, not a hallucination, definitely not sleep paralysis, which seems to be the catch-all excuse for scientists, as I was able to turn my head and look at it. It was there, it was real. The demon was, I assumed, hunched on the floor, just off the side of the bed. I could only see its head and the tops of its shoulders peeking up over the top of our bed. It leaned in toward me, jutting its narrow, pointy chin over the side of the bed in my direction. Its head was large and bulbous and hairless. Its skin was a gray-brown, undulating mass of wrinkles, warts, scabs, and tumors. The eye sockets were large, angular, and hollow. It had no eyes to speak of, but deep down within its eye sockets, what seemed like 1,000 feet within them, were 2 pinpricks of yellow light that were its eyes. The nose was bulbous and drooped down nearly to its mouth, which was another black chasm with a handful of gnarled teeth and rotten gums. It was the source of the cold that I felt on my face and the damp odor that filled my nostrils. Now, I grew up rough. I got in many fights as a kid, and as a young man, I hunted and fished with my dad. I'd even encountered real-life gangsters in both America and Mexico as a private investigator. But nothing had ever come close to scaring me as much as that man, thing, or demon. It was like every cell in my body vibrated in horror all at once, desperate to escape it. I could not comprehend what I was seeing, but I knew it was pure evil. It never talked, it never moved, though its mouth did quiver ever so slightly, and the yellow pinpricks of lights in its eye sockets twinkled. It just stared at me, or through me. When I tried to sit up, I heard my own voice in my head say, "Stay in bed." It was my voice, but not my thought. Finally, after I don't know how long, seconds, minutes, or hours, I tore my gaze away from it, and I sat up in bed, gasping and coughing for air. Then I screamed so loudly, I terrified Salem and woke up our landlord across the hall, who began to pound on our front door. Salem answered the door and told him that everything was fine, but she would not come back to bed with me, instead choosing to sleep on the couch. I was so drained, so utterly exhausted, that I passed out almost immediately after that and slept through the night. When I woke up the next day, I was alone. Salem had gone to work already. My bed sheets were utterly soaked in sweat, so I gathered them up and put them in a basket to wash them. The laundry room was down the hall from our apartment, right next to an old-style metal chute for the trash. Without even thinking, I just immediately tossed my sheets and pillowcases down the garbage chute, rather than taking them into the laundry room. I went back to my apartment, and the very first thing that caught my eye was the purple crystal, which had reflected the morning light and was casting a purple beam across the wall opposite the entertainment center. The thing made me feel nervous and anxious. I didn't want to look at it. In fact, I hated it. Without a thought, I walked over, picked it up, squeezed it tight, and yelled, "In the name of Jesus Christ, I cast you out!" I hadn't been to church in over a decade, and I'd stopped praying long before that. But in that instant, I somehow knew what to say, what to do. Maybe I'd seen too many horror movies or whatever, but that's what I did. And believe me, writing this out and reading it back to myself, I know how utterly foolish it sounds for a grown adult, a well-educated private investigator no less, to yell something like that in an empty room. Nevertheless, that's what I did, that's what I said. And the very second I uttered that last word, I heard a rather quiet pop, and I felt warmth in my hand. I opened my fist to see that the crystal had cracked from the inside out. From the very center of this extremely hard piece of purple crystal, there was a six-pointed, star-shaped crack that extended nearly to the surface of the sphere. I couldn't believe that it happened, but it did. I felt amazed, relieved, but also terrified, because that meant that the demon was real after all. I ran out into the hallway and down to the garbage chute, tossing the crystal and its pedestal down into the black abyss of the chute. When Salem got home from work, I made up some story about our cat knocking her crystal off of the entertainment center. She shrugged it off. That night, I slept soundly, and I slept soundly every night after that. I broke up with Salem shortly thereafter, and I moved on with my life. I've never once stopped breathing in my sleep since, and I've never had any other experiences like it. I found my way back to a semblance of faith, and thankfully, I never encountered anything like that creature, that demon, again. Though it did seem to open up some awareness to other things. That demon was real. It wanted to kill me, and it very easily could have. I know that now, and I try not to think about it. And I've never told a single soul about it, because I know what people will think, and I have my reputation to protect. But when I do think about it, I can see it clear as day in my mind's eye. I can feel the cold malice of it, and almost smell it. I fought that demon, and I won. But I pray to God I never have to do something like that again. I do not judge or condemn people who consider themselves spiritual, or practice divination, or those who believe in psychics or witches or whatever. Nor do I believe that they're inherently bad or evil at all. What I want people to realize is that yes, there are entities out there that are not human. We can see them, we can feel them, and we can experience them. And some of them, they want to hurt you and possibly kill you. If you're going to mess around with that sort of thing, do your research and protect yourself. My coworker's been replaced. From Pizza Courier 6. I know it sounds crazy, but I think my coworker was replaced by something. I want to start this story by saying I've lived in Nevada all my life. I like it here, and I generally enjoy the desert life, though it can get a bit too hot at times. So I've been working at a pizza restaurant for a while now as one of the cooks. However, I'm also trained to man the register and to take phone orders. Pretty much whatever part of the pizza making and selling process they need me at the most. It's an okay job. At this point, I've gotten pretty tired of the free pizza, but overall, it's a fine job. One of the more enjoyable parts is when I work with one of my favorite coworkers, Jim. Jim is a screwball who loves to play pranks and mess around, generally trying to make work fun for himself, as well as everyone else that's on his shift with him. Our manager doesn't really have a problem with it, since despite all the fun he has, he works as hard as he plays, if not harder. And we usually make more in tips and sales when he does work, versus when he doesn't. I'm a bit more reserved than Jim, but once he gets going, basically everyone follows suit and has fun together. It honestly doesn't even feel like work sometimes. Jim has also done more team building for me and my coworkers than anything corporate has done. He throws parties pretty often and usually goes bar hopping most weekends. It's been super great to get to know and become friends with Jim. However, like the title to this story states, I don't think he's Jim anymore. More so, whoever is showing up to work looking like Jim, it isn't Jim. See, Jim's parties were less than legal. When you live in a state that's like 95% desert, you can really do all that illegal stuff pretty easily. To put it simply, a lot of illegal substances, a lot of fireworks, and allowing our younger coworkers to drink. Looking back at these parties he threw, I can say they were all terrible, horrible ideas, but at the time, in the moment, they were the coolest thing ever. See, I also never really partied much in high school myself. I was straight edge. Only parties I went to involved Smash Bros. And pizza until 3 a.m. They were fun, but they weren't the same kind of freedom Jim gave me and everyone else. The final party he threw was one of his best. He set it up as an ABC party, or an anything but clothes party, meaning all our coworkers and any of the friends outside of work Jim said we could invite, myself and Jim's self included, weren't allowed to wear clothes and instead had to wear everyday objects and the like instead. Most of them showed up in togas made from bed sheets and blankets, which is what I did. Jim, on the other hand, decided to wear the various deer and bear pelts from his father's hunting lodge, which, looking back, may be why he was targeted. Other people important to the story are Susie, our part-time coworker and my full-time crush at the time the party occurred, who wore pizza boxes from work all taped together, our manager Andy, who was wearing a suit made out of duct tape, and Laura, our friend from outside of work who decided she'd wear purple balloons to look like grapes, and resident cryptid nerd. I know Susie was the one who came up with the idea later in the night to tell ghost stories. We had run out of fireworks by then, and most of us were high, so it sounded like a good idea. She went first, telling a story about a skinwalker. While telling the story and also explaining to a lot of drunk people what a skinwalker is, she must have had a plan with Andy, as he suddenly popped out at the scariest point in the story to frighten a lot of the girls. Most of us laughed it off. Maybe it's because Susie's story was so good, but a lot of the folks there, some of whom had asked moments ago what a skinwalker even was, chimed in with their own tales of it. At all of this, Laura pulled me aside from the bonfire to talk. "Hey, I think we need to change the subject," she said. "What? Why?" I asked. "You scared or something?" "Or something, you jerk. I just think we've said it enough." I don't understand what you're saying." "They are attracted to whoever or wherever its name is spoken." "Huh? Oh, do you mean skinwalker?" "Shh, don't say it," she said as she drunkenly covered my mouth with her hands. "But they're not real, Laura. Susie made them up, right?" "God, you're an idiot sometimes. No, they're from Native American folklore." So, what, there's really people out there that can turn into animals? I don't know. I just know my mom told me to never say their name like that, especially not repeatedly. But why? I remember asking dumbly. Because they're attracted to it. If we keep saying it, they'll come here, she pleaded. I didn't really believe, but I wished I had. Instead of listening when it was my turn, I doubled down on it, thinking I'd be able to scare Laura even more. Laura kept quiet about it though, but I think she pulled other people aside to tell them about it later that night. But a lot of this was a haze. This next part is what we pieced together later on after everything happened. First, Jim started a small game of truth or dare with a few of our coworkers. This led to him and Susie getting into a fight over a dare, and Susie storming off from the game. Later on, Andy said he and Jim got into a small drinking game. He didn't remember how it went down, so I assume he probably lost, knowing how Jim held his liquor. Some of the other partygoers remembered Jim talking about seeing people standing around the bonfire, but they assumed he took some substances he didn't share with the rest of everyone. After that, no one else remembered what Jim got up to. From what Susie said, I went to comfort her after the fight, but then Laura pulled me away. She then made sure Andy got back to his tent and helped him inside. From there, she remembered coyotes yipping later on in the night, but other than that, she said she just went to bed in her car. I do, however, remember what happened after I woke up. I'd apparently bunked with Laura in her car. I looked over at her with my dorky smile on my face. "Good morning, wifey," I joked. "Shut up, jerk," she snapped back at me. "Someone's hungover." "No, I'm just freaked the heck out after last night. We should have gone to one of our houses after the party, not stayed in the car," she explained. It was still quite early, around 4 or 5, and still a bit dark out with it being winter. We'd probably only been asleep for about 3 hours looking back on it. "Look, I saw a coyote around the cars when I got up, and I'm really freaked out. Can we just go home?" she pleaded. "I guess. You sure it wasn't just Jim being a weirdo with those furs on?" "Don't get me started on those. I had half a mind to whack him upside the head after seeing him dressed in them." "Whoa, sorry." I crawled to the front seat and grabbed my keys out of the cup holders, jamming them into the ignition. Laura climbed over and sat in the passenger seat, just scowling. The car started up and we were the first ones to leave. I drove slowly so as to not wake up everyone else who was sleeping in tents and beds of trucks and other cars. However, I did notice Jim wasn't in his truck, like he usually would be. He'd always sleep in the bed of his truck, so he could fall asleep looking at the night sky, about as poetic and romantic as the guy could get. At the time, I shrugged it off. In fact, I shrugged a lot of that night and morning off, when I probably shouldn't have. Once we were far enough away, I got up to speed and started to drive Laura and myself to my place. "I'm sorry, I didn't know all that stuff freaked you out so much," I told Laura. "It doesn't freak me out, it's just dangerous." "I still don't get how it's dangerous." "You really don't believe me when I said they're real, did you?" "Well, did anyone you talked to last night?" "Just Susie, but I already knew she believed in them. I was mostly just mad at her for starting it." "If she believes they're real, why did she start it?" "You know Susie, she likes to cross the line and push buttons. A little risk for everyone to get under my skin is her MO." Before too long, the subject changed to more friendly topics. Once we were back at my place and washing off the layer of dirt we were both covered in, we made a large meal to fight off our hangovers. That's when Andy called me.
"Hey man, you and Laura already head out?"
"Yeah, just had some stuff at home we needed to do."
It's no problem. That's not why I'm calling. It's Jim. I can't seem to find him anywhere. Please tell me he hitched a ride with you."
"No, it was just me and Laura. What are you talking about you can't find Jim?" Andy sighed and took a moment, his voice a bit shaken now.
I don't know. I checked all the tents and peeked in the car windows. I don't see him anywhere.
Could he have wandered off? I asked worriedly.
I don't know. I'll let you know if we find him, though. Just keep an eye out in case he does somehow wander back into town.
We'll be back as soon as we can to help search, I responded. I let Laura know who that was and what it was about. After we were ready, we went back out to help look for Jim, leaving our breakfast behind. Once we got there, we gathered all the information I'd mentioned before. We spent around 4 hours that day looking for Jim before finally finding him. We located him passed out a good hour's hike away. I was so glad it all worked out. At least, that's what I thought at first. Jim seemed really out of it. He was even walking funny. But I just assumed he'd injured himself and had taken something way stronger than the rest of us that night. After everyone got back home, things did seem to calm down, and stuff went back to normal at first. Laura had told me Jim was acting weird one day when she stopped in to chat with him and grab lunch. But I wasn't sure if a little chat was enough time to tell if he was acting weird or just messing with her. It wasn't until my shift with him that I realized what she meant. No jokes, no smiles, no fun. It was like Jim had done a 180. Instead of making fun of problem customers, he would chastise us over being rude to them. He stopped being as helpful as he was before, really only doing the job he was assigned to do that day and nothing else, which is very odd for anyone where I work. We all kind of understand what everyone is capable of, and we help out where we can. But now it was like Jim forgot how to be a team player. That weekend, when we asked what plans he had, he said nothing. By then, a lot of us, Susie and myself especially, were worried about him. Andy was concerned too, but tried to rationalize it, saying he must have had a life-changing trip or something, one that altered his way of thinking. I didn't agree with that. I still don't think that's what it was. It was Laura who said we should surprise him at his house to see what was really going on. Laura, Susie, and I drove there that Saturday, knocking on his door, but he never answered, even though his car was there. We even tried calling, and we heard his phone ring from inside, but Jim just didn't ever come to the door, nor did he answer his phone. Susie was the one who decided to look in through one of the windows. What she said she saw still freaks me out. She said Jim was just standing in his living room, watching himself in the mirror by his couch. He was waving and walking back and forth as if he was practicing. Then Laura said what we were all thinking by then, but it felt surreal to say our friend had been replaced by some creature from folklore. But still, I don't know what else it could be. I've worked another whole week with him, and he's still dead inside. He doesn't limp around as much, and he's far better with the customers again, but it's still all off. He's been burning the pizzas lately too, which is really weird, as he was the one that helped train me to use the oven. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. Maybe it's all in my head. But I still can't shake the feeling something's wrong. Susie tried to hang out with him at work, but Jim would refuse. She even apologized for the fight they got in, which he didn't even remember having. Laura refuses to even look or talk to him, now saying it's not Jim, and I'm starting to think she's right. The following weekend, Susie and I went over to his house. Laura didn't want to go, which we understood. When Susie looked inside, she said he was doing the same stuff as before, just creepily walking around and stretching. The day after, we went again this time, and it was even freakier. From the get-go, when we got to his door to knock, asking if he was home, we could hear him talking from inside. "Hello, my name's Jim. Hello, my name is Jim. Hello, my name's Jim. He repeatedly said this to himself for a very long time. He was practicing hand motions too, in the mirror. At one point, he turned around and saw us at the window. We ducked down and ran to the car and left. We're both nervous about our next shift with Jim, and we're unsure of what to do. Part of me wants to think something just happened to Jim, and he's just adjusting to some lifestyle change or a problem that occurred while he was high. Maybe he hit his head too hard, or he suffered a stroke, something like that. It's horrible to say, but I hope that's what it is. However, my gut feeling tells me it's something far worse. Burning, from Robert S. I work as a generator mechanic in a rural part of California, deep in the Sierras at the edge of the Tahoe Forest. People tend to think of California as all beaches and Hollywood, but the reality is that's just two major cities, which are surrounded by thousands of miles of rural countryside. With wildfires and severe snowstorms being a regular occurrence, generators are a big part of life around here, and my work revolves around keeping those machines running, which often requires being on call during emergencies. Last winter, a massive storm hammered the Sierras for days on end, and the calls were steadily coming in. It was a variety of typically expected equipment failures and the usual ridiculous questions, but this wasn't a typical snowstorm. Most locals describe the heavy snowfall and high winds as something they hadn't seen in these mountains in over 40 years. My company only employs a small crew of technicians and electricians, but our trucks are outfitted to respond under all kinds of conditions, as our services are often required when the weather is particularly nasty. Even with the proper gear and vehicles, we were all having to spend tremendous effort just to stay on the road, assuming we could even see them. Falling trees became background noise, punctuating the roaring wind with the occasional thunderclap of breaking wood, followed shortly by the heavy thud that could even be felt through our frozen work boots. The whole crew had met in the shop that morning to attend what had become daily emergency meetings. The usual topics were covered while we refueled chainsaws, loaded portable generators, and prepared for another day battling the elements to get as many people's power back online as we could, or at least able to run their home generators until power could be restored. Large maps of the surrounding areas had been hastily hung up on the walls to keep track of which roads were completely blocked, where the power crews had been, and where they were going to be working next, along with locations of emergency stations for fuel, medical aid, and warming shelters. I was studying these maps while changing out a worn chain on my saw, making notes on some of the new emergency frequencies we'd be using to communicate during the crisis. Cell phone coverage had gone from spotty to nearly non-existent during the storm, forcing us to rely on the radios mounted in the trucks. "And remember," called out the boss man as we prepared to leave for the day, "always check all the way around a downed tree before moving anything from your path to reach a client's home. We don't need another incident like Tuesday. Good luck. Stay safe. Our community needs you all to be able to come back to work." He was referring to an incident a few days back when a tech had tried to move a large fallen tree from across the road and had apparently been electrocuted when he hooked his winch to a tree, which had been lying on top of a live power line. He survived thanks to the fall alarm on our radios, sending out a distress signal whenever they're laid on their side for more than a few minutes. Rescue crews found him lying in the snow by his truck. Both he and the vehicle had sustained extensive burns. He was okay, but was still in the ICU. Due to the combination of his injuries, being frostbite and burns, he had been put under heavy sedation for the time being, but he was expected to pull through. Lucky me, today I was going to be working the calls in his area. I pulled on my snow cap with a built-in LED headlamp that my wife had bought me, pulled my heavy coat tight around my body, and climbed into the cab of my truck. Already warmed up, I dropped into four wheels and started what I thought would be just another day at the office. 8 hours flew past as I went about my calls. Pretty common issues. A tight valve here and a bad mixer there. Some electrical troubleshooting. Most everyone I could get to was unbelievably grateful. Some offered tip money, bottles of wine, and even a steak from a cattle rancher that I happily accepted, despite our company policy of not accepting tips. But hey, these were extenuating circumstances, and some folks just won't take, "Sorry, it's against policy," for an answer. Plus, I'm not one to shy away from a good steak, policy or not. I had just finished up my last call and had begun my staging part of the day. Staging is when all these scheduled calls are done, and we have a minute before the emergency calls can be routed to our devices. The interior of the truck is busy looking, crammed full of all the additional accessories we carry around while working emergencies. Cell phone chargers and battery banks plugged into charging ports, radios and docking stations across the dash. A pile of defective or broken parts fill the passenger seat, accompanying the daunting pile of service manuals, tools, bags, and field equipment. I cracked my window as I finished my lunch/dinner, and I lit a cigarette, watching the loading bar on my laptop get to almost full. Then the latest set of emergency calls were brought in. As the pinwheel finally moved again, a new set was uploaded, just as the last of the dim light of day faded away. I looked at the clock on my phone. It was only 5 p.m. 3 more calls. I take a deep breath and sigh heavily. A 12-hour day again. Well, at least I'm making good overtime, I thought. The next call was a no start on a home generator, and from the notes, it sounded like an easy one, probably just a lack of maintenance. Mentally, I ran through the usual suspects. I'd be out of there in no time. I mentally slapped myself for even thinking that, because while I'm not a believer in much in the way of superstition, I am firm in my confidence that Murphy's Law is very, very real. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. In my experience, at the end of the day, a plan is just a list of things that didn't happen. I laugh out loud to myself, then stop to touch the pendant I wear around my neck. St. Jude, the patron saint of lost causes and desperate situations. I say to myself, "Oh well, here we go." And I start to drive to the next job site. The location of this next site was pretty remote, even for these parts. As I made my way around the winding, narrow road, I slowly passed the spot where our injured mechanic had his accident. I'm not a particularly religious or spiritual person, but Catholicism has a way of permeating, so I crossed myself and sent out a good thought to the poor guy and his family, hoping whatever powers that be are looking after him, or at least taking some mercy upon him. I mean, geez, this guy was only doing his job, no different than the rest of us. Soon I arrived at the house, which honestly I can't really make out. The level of snow was obscuring the common details I would use to prejudge the situation I was stepping into. Are they older folks and this is their vacation home? Or are they locals who have lived here for decades and finally had to call a repairman because they exhausted all their own attempts to fix the problem? Whatever the case, I threw on my hat with the company logo, donned my shining reflective safety vest, and trudged my way to the front door. The couple that answered the door were obviously in their later years, but they seemed homely and sweet. The husband explained he had tried everything he could think of to use his phrase, get her fired up, but it was to no avail. He was a short and stocky man, wider than I was, and comported himself as a man who had done hard work all his life. He had a thick dark mustache and hard-set eyes, which told me he was a hard-working individual who wasn't at all happy about having to call an outsider in to fix his problem. At first, he attempted to follow me out into the dark, cold night to assist me, but after some coaxing from his wife, who shot me a worried glance, then seemed to check to see where the lights of my truck were pointed, she convinced her husband to stay inside and let the man do his work. He gave her a look that I can honestly only place as gratitude and grumbled his way back into the house to sit by the fire. I noted in that moment that the house itself was well lit with candles and battery-powered lights. Even the exterior was lit up. I was grateful for the wife telling him to leave me to my work. I can appreciate it when people want to learn how to fix things, but this wasn't the time. It's a lot easier to do my job without a watchdog lurking over my shoulder and offering unhelpful advice. Frankly, I've always worked better when left alone. After spending some time digging the generator out of its snow prison with only the headlights of my truck to guide me, I set to work on the diagnosis. I grabbed my impact driver from my tool bag and took the valve cover off. I was confident that this would be an easy fix, and I would be on my way shortly. After one valve adjustment down, I was ready to start the motor. Just then, an error code popped up. Identification error. I stared at it for a moment, then looked to the sky to say, well, screw you then. Great, now I had to update the software. It's not hard to do, just time-consuming, as it starts with an 800-second countdown before the update can take hold. When you're outside in the snow after dark, those are 800 very long seconds. I fumbled around in my pockets, and after some false starts, I got my flash drive plugged into the machine and began the process. Because, well, you never get the USB right the first time. The timer began. I was standing in the cold, roaring wind, the display being the only source of light aside from my tiny flashlight. I make an executive decision to have a smoke while I wait. Normally, the company discourages any smoking on site, but I figured they aren't coming outside to yell at me anytime soon. So I lit up a smoke that I knew the wind was mostly going to smoke for me, but at this point, who cares? Only 758 seconds to go, I thought. I trudge over to the electrical panel to see what circuits will go on first. It's odd. Most people will put the well water or maybe the AC as the first system. But these people set the sodium perimeter lights as the first priority. Odd, but not all that odd, I suppose. After all, what use is anything else if you can't see what you're doing? And with all the wildlife roaming around in this part of the county, like bears, mountain lions, and the like, it makes sense if you have any kind of livestock or house cats. Or, small children. I turned the headlights off in my truck as I no longer needed them for shoveling. And why risk a dead battery way out here at this time of night? Another 554 seconds to go. Rather abruptly, the wind died down. It just stopped. I was grateful. Thank God, I said out loud to myself. I might finally be coming to the part of the night when the snow just gently falls, instead of tiny ice missiles blasting my face all night. I unbuttoned the collar of my coat and shook my beard free. I kept working on my smoke as the countdown continued. I pushed my heavy hood, laden with snow, off my head for a break from the oppressive weight, and only then did I notice it. I noticed just how silent the area around me had become. The storm had been such a constant source of white noise that at first it felt welcome, a relief to have a break from the overbearing roar of sharp wind. That relief was short-lived, and a real feeling of dread began to set in. Silence in the woods is something mountain folk know better than to trust. There's no way to describe it unless you've felt it. Any hiker or hunter can tell you when everything goes quiet, it means a large predator is close by, hiding in the shadows or perched in the trees above, and you would do well to be very aware of your surroundings, and if possible, carefully make your exit. I began scanning the tree line around me, and I almost immediately saw something moving just out of sight range. I squinted hard to try and make out the shape. The occasional brazen deer and other mostly harmless wildlife had been successful in scaring the daylights out of me in the past, when I was least expecting them, so I told myself this was probably just a buck, albeit a big one, moving through. But as I stared into the darkness of the forest, trying to make out the shape of the creature in the shadows, I began to realize something. This was not a single creature. There were multiple creatures, moving about behind the trees, just out of visibility. A herd of deer, maybe. Anxious, I glanced at the countdown, 345 seconds to go. Remember when I said 800 seconds could feel a lot longer? I had a sick feeling growing in my stomach, an instinct that something was horribly wrong, something dangerous. I stayed perfectly still as the shapes moved closer. I don't have the words to describe just how they moved from tree to tree, sticking to the dark patches, and as they moved closer, I was able to see them in better detail, which didn't make things any less terrifying. As they approached and their shapes became easier to make out, they seemed like human figures for sure. Some tall, some short, almost like a whole group of people. But they couldn't be people, not out here in the woods in this weather. They certainly weren't deer. Their movement was shyly aggressive. They began to remind me of coyotes stalking a potential prey. 115 seconds left. I couldn't make out any detail yet. They all seemed to be cloaked in darkness that remained wrapped around them like a shadow, but darker, unnatural. I told myself not to panic. I'd been working double shifts for days. I was exhausted, and the contrast of snow in the dark can play tricks on your eyes. I tried to tell myself I was just sleep deprived, that I was just working myself up. But as the figures grew closer, that got difficult to convince myself of. I didn't want to take my eyes off of them, but I needed to plot out the best route back to my truck. Problem was, the truck was parked next to the barn, and where I was working on the generator, I was shrouded in shadow from the lights coming out of the windows of the house. Only 30 seconds now. The creatures seemed to fan out. It began to feel as if they were all around me, and they were swiftly closing the distance. I held my breath and took a few steps back, putting my back against the wall of the barn. I exhaled sharply as the fear I'd been holding back shot up from my gut like a shot of electricity. My back to the wall, my eyes darted from figure to figure, and that lizard part of my brain kicked in. I dropped my smoke to free both hands, and I distinctly remember hearing it hiss angrily as it made contact with the snow. I felt sweat beginning to bead on my temples, despite the freezing temperature. The muscles in my leg tightened, and I could feel the veins in my head pulsing, pushing blood past my ears in a steady thumping roar that mercifully blocked out the awful sound of the complete silence of the snow. Everything seemed to slow down and speed up all at once, and with all hope of reaching the truck in time gone, I lifted my arms to block my face and squeezed my eyes tightly shut, bracing for impact. Then, I heard it. I heard the click of the generator. It had finished its update and was now starting to sputter to life. The engine cranked so loudly I had to cover my ears, and in that moment, despite not putting much stock in prayer, I genuinely prayed that it would start, and maybe someone heard me, because it did just that. With a cough and sputter, the engine came up to speed and began to purr, and with an audible snap, the transfer switch began to power on all the outside lights to the house. I sucked in air. I apparently had stopped breathing. The nervous tension in my chest broke as relief washed over me. I opened my eyes. I wish to this day that I never had. The lights came on slowly at first, a dim orange-pink glow bathing the scene around me a sickening hue. Eyes attempting to adjust to the new level of visibility, I leaned forward, squinting to see if the figures were in fact just figments of my imagination, a consequence of exhaustion, too many days in crisis mode. I was wrong. As the lights began to chase away the darkness around me, the figures did not disappear with it. Once completely clad in darkness, they were now revealed, and they were very real. The light washed away the obfuscation around them, like wind blowing away ash. My mind tried to slog through the adrenaline dump and process just what it was seeing. They were just people. Men, women, and children. People, not creatures, not predators. My emotional brain breathed a sigh of relief because, hey, it's okay, they're just people. Meanwhile, my logical brain was grabbing the wheel and screaming at me. Something's wrong. Pay attention. My eyes finally caught up. I looked them over, trying to understand what I was seeing. They gazed back at me in silence. Then it dawned on me, and I felt the blood draining out of my face. The clothes. They hung oddly off their bodies, and they were not intended for winter weather, much less a record-breaking snowstorm. Their clothes were ill-fitting and had the look of something homemade. Dirty overalls, hand-sewn pants, prospector hats, and was that a bonnet? They just stood there staring at me, silent as the snowfall, and completely still. 0 seconds left, full power. The sodium perimeter lights kicked on, bathing the entire property in sharp, relentless light, blinding me. My eyes fought to make the transition from straining in the blackness to being bombarded with the sudden illumination. When the light hit the strange people in front of me, they changed. It was like the light itself ripped through them, and I gaped in horror, unable to believe what was happening. All the people standing before me, men, women, and children, began to scream. These were no human screams. The shrill sound pierced my ears and reverberated through my core. It sounded like true agony coming from deep underwater. I covered my ears to block out the chilling sound, but my eyes remained fixed on the nightmare unfolding. Their clothes simply ripped away from them as if scorched off by a fire I could not see, and their flesh began to burn away as well, tearing away from them, ripping into fluttering ashes of red-hot agony. They stood in place, writhing and burning in agony for what should have been only a single second. Then they turned their contorted faces directly toward me. Their eyes. I'll never in all my days forget their eyes. Jaundiced and sick, human but filled with pure hate and rage. The one that had been closest to me fell to its knees and began to crawl towards me, its movements convulsing in torment and anguish. I fell backwards, landing hard on a landscaping rock. With pain shooting through my body, I scrambled to scoot backwards on my butt. The ghoulish figure stretched a smoldering hand out, and I gasped out loud as it grabbed a hold of my foot, its grip too strong to escape. Lifting its head with a tremendous effort, it stared into my eyes, filled with fury but almost pleading. Then it opened its gaping mouth to speak, and the words that shot from its mouth went right through me, haunting me for the rest of my life. With an expression of pure torture, it screamed, "Get the children!" I watched paralyzed as the light finally overtook the wretched creature, and it faded, crumbling into ash, blowing away in the crisp night breeze. I was left there alone in the snow, my pounding heart beating right out of my chest. I looked down and noticed smoke wafting up from my boot. Suddenly I felt searing pain in my toes, like the steel toe of my boot was on fire. Pain is a funny thing, makes you forget absolute terror, at least for a moment. It jolted me out of my shocked stupor, and I reached down and unlaced my boot as fast as I could, tossing it into the gleaming snow. It sizzled for a second, like my cigarette had a lifetime ago, then began to sink into the widening hole around it in the snowbank. As I jammed my foot into the nearest drift to soothe the searing sensation, all the lights in the entire house popped back on, and I heard a sound coming up behind me to my left. Oh no, the family. They were no longer safely inside, and since I had butt scooted far enough toward my truck, I could now see the entrance to the home. The husband, wife, and 2 children had emerged. A boy, maybe around 13, and a girl that looked around 5. They all stood on the porch, holding firearms, even the girl, peering out into the night. After what felt like an eternity, I stood, and feeling suddenly sheepish, I gathered my boot from where it had been thrown. I had no explanation for what just happened, but I tried my best to collect myself. I looked down at my discarded work boot and saw something that, again, I could not explain. A handprint seared into the leather, where whatever that was had placed its hand upon me. I slipped it back on and gathered my composure. I was still on the clock, and my professionalism overpowered my shock and disbelief at what had just happened. Climbing back into the cab of my truck, I located my clipboard and smoothed out the work order. I have no idea why I chose to do this. I think I just needed some sense of order. I clicked my pen and wrote a concise description of the work I performed. Having still not laced the offending boot, and with little stabs of pain causing a slight limp, I awkwardly made my way back onto the porch, the family having apparently retreated back into the house while I focused on my paperwork. I rang the now operational doorbell, and the husband quickly answered. "Get it all worked out?" He watched me closely, an inquisitive look on his face. I tried to steady the trembling in my voice, and I replied, "Yes, sir. She's back up and running." He eyed me intently, searching my face for something, but I was all business. "Hell of a thing you guys do. Not just anyone would come all the way up here to fix something in this kind of storm." I cleared my throat. "We try our best, sir." I answered and finally sounded like myself, going through my standard lines. He continued to study me, which would normally make me uncomfortable, but I was too spent to care. "Why don't you stay here tonight? We've got a nice couch to put you on, and the roads behind you are closed and well." He hesitated, contemplating for a second. "Well, you just did us a real big favor, and we'd like to repay you. Come on in, we'll make you some coffee. You're probably frozen to the bone working out here." I faked a gracious smile, anxious to get as far away from here as possible. "I appreciate that, sir, but I'll have to pass. I've got more calls tonight." The man snorted, gesturing out behind them at the snow which had begun to dump again, already covering my footprints from the truck to the porch. "You ain't getting to them tonight, my friend. Don't be stupid, you're gonna freeze to death. Come on in, let's get you in some dry clothes." He opened the door behind him and reached for my arm to pull me inside, refusing to take no for an answer, but I stepped sideways and just barely skirted his grip. "I appreciate the offer, I really do, but power's out all across town. I have more people out there shivering in the dark that need me." He finally gave up, nodding in defeat and holding out his hand. I take it, give him a nod, and quickly return to my truck to check the weather forecast and wind map on my laptop. The wind map gives those in the field a kind of reference point for where the storm is the worst. Right where the incident occurred on the south side of the property, there was a huge black spot of no wind. It was moving. Whatever it was that had reached out that night wasn't just a random occurrence. It was out there, moving like a living storm within a storm. I grabbed my phone out of my jacket pocket, and I looked at the next call. The next one was along this road and right in this path. Right then, a call came on my work phone. They had figured it out for themselves, thankfully. Call canceled. Okay, I thought to myself, I've had enough of this for one night. Time to go home. I had them sign a work order and took off down the road. The delirium of adrenaline had worn off, leaving me in a bizarre state of almost finding the events humorous. I laughed to myself, saying out loud, "What was that?" I'm used to working under extreme circumstances, but this felt more urgent than anything I'd ever done. I wound my way back down the long, snow-covered road. Once back on the main road, I gathered myself, trying to make sense of what happened, but that proved fruitless. So I just radioed in to the home office, stating that I was taking the truck home and I'd be dispatching from home tomorrow. They confirmed and thanked me for all my hard work tonight, saying, "Hey, take the day off tomorrow if you need some rest." I agreed to that offer and immediately headed to the nearest liquor store that was still operational. Securing my liquid therapy for the night, I began to head home down much more familiar and comfortable roads. I pulled into my driveway. I immediately poured a drink from my bottle of whiskey, then another. I went inside and was suddenly overcome with gratitude. I was home safe. It didn't take too much effort to get the fire going again, too. I settled down with my bottle and a small dinner, plugging my laptop into the TV. I ate and drank in silence as I watched that black spot move through the storm until exhaustion and bourbon overcame me. By morning, it was gone. I never got a real explanation for the events of that night, but a few months later I was working around the same area, and I got into a conversation with a client around there. He was a retired land surveyor and spent his retirement locating old mining towns that had been lost to history. He told me that a small mining town had once been somewhere in this area, and he'd been able to locate some piles of stones and a few outlines of the old structures of said town. According to his research, the town had a small schoolhouse, church, and a few houses. Records of the time were mostly gone except one. He showed it to me. It was an old weathered newspaper article that talked about a fire that had broken out in the church. Being there was no such thing as a fire department, the entire town was said to have been lost to that fire. As he showed me the topographical map of where he found the remnants, I recalled the last place I'd seen the black spot on the wind map. It was an identical match. I think now I know what happened to the people that lived there. Trash duty. From Perfect Blue. Ever since I turned 15, I've worked at a quaint diner adjacent to an interstate. I won't say exactly where, but it's really the only eye-catching building you'd see down that boring road. It's big, too big, considering how few menu items we have. It stands out like a sore thumb among the tall trees and foggy clouds. The only indication of what its purpose is being a giant illuminated sign that reads, you guessed it, Diner, plastered across the high point. This was my first real job, and I'm not too proud to say I've made a career out of it. At first, it began as a part-time thing, just me trying to scrape together some extra money to move out of my little town. Then one of the cooks quit, so I took their place full-time. From there, executive chef, not that there was any difference from my previous title really, but still I kept going up when vacancies opened. Now as the general manager, I don't do too much. The owner is almost never there. I relax, sit in the back office and approve timesheets, maintenance requests, and supply orders. That's pretty much it, aside from trash duty. Yeah, I know, usually taking out the garbage is something the part-time kid does. Ordinarily, I'd agree with you, but when it comes to this diner, things work a little differently. I remember back on my first day, I wanted to show initiative. So when I finished my tasks, I decided to take it upon myself to empty the overflowing trash can in the back of the kitchen. I took the bag out, wrapped it tight, and headed out the back exit, closest to the dumpster. That's when I was stopped by some sort of alarm. Not like a fire alarm or anything, just a simple buzz. Confused, I turned, only to see the then manager, the guy who was training me, sprinting down the back kitchen hallway, his face stressed and beet red. "Hey!" He shouted at me and I blinked at him, confused. "What do you think you're doing?" Taking out the garbage?" "Give me that!" He yelled at me, yanking the bag out of my hand. I was so surprised. I tried to explain myself. I just thought, shaking his head, he cut me off. "I take out the trash, no one else, got it?" Still totally unsure of what was going on, I nodded, only to see him nod back and turn away, taking the garbage with him. I didn't really know what had just happened. After a minute or two, I shrugged it off, thinking the manager had some sort of control issue, and I tried to stop thinking about it. I did ask one of the cooks though, but he didn't have much to say. "I don't know, man. He takes out the trash, it's always been like that." Over the next few weeks, I never really touched the trash. I had no desire to be barked at again, and not having to deal with the trash was a +1 for me. Of course, there was a nagging curiosity that was begging to know why only the manager would take out the trash. It was easy enough to ignore. Until one night when I was working an extra hour to help sort out a giant delivery of food. It was around midnight. I was in the kitchen, and I heard the telltale sound of the metal garbage can being knocked around. I walked 2 rows down and looked over, seeing my boss pulling the trash out of the can. He nodded the bag and opened up the door, and out he went. As he left, I walked myself to the exit, keeping the door open a few inches, and watched him. As one would expect, he walked over to the dumpster, which was illuminated by the singular pale light attached to the rear of the building. He pushed open the lid and hoisted the bag inside. I sighed. It was totally routine. Does it really take the manager to do all that? About to turn away, I heard him mutter under his breath, and I returned my attention. "Come on," he spoke in a gruff, almost aggressive voice. "Come on, you bastard, where are you?" Interested, I watched. Who was he talking to? His attention was on the woods directly behind the dumpster. I was thinking about calling to him, but then I began to pick up on a sound. It was faint at first, gradually coming towards the building. At first, I was reminded of a horse galloping. As it got closer, though, it sounded a lot more intense. I could hear trees and branches being split apart, and these thunderous footsteps that seemed far too fast and heavy to belong to any animal I was familiar with. My boss, meanwhile, was focused on where it was coming from, and though he looked nervous, it was clear he was expecting whatever was making its way over. The sounds cut out for just a moment, as if it, whatever it was, had stopped moving, though the silence only lasted a moment as it was split by a loud bang. I watched as the dumpster, which wasn't on any wheels, mind you, was sent 4 or 5 feet away from where it had been before. My eyes searched the low brightness for what had pushed it, and then, for the first time, I saw it. The garbage man. That's just a nickname anyway. Beyond being bipedal, it has no resemblance to a man. It was pasty white, its flesh not at all a healthy color. It looked to be about 10 feet tall. Its bone structure was oversized, easily showing through its gross skin. Its face lacked a nose, the only features being 2 beady eyes as big as tennis balls and a gaping circular mouth, like that of a lamprey. I was frozen as I stared at it. It was so wrong, so out of place with nature, and yet captivating. It crawled up the rear side of the dumpster, its breathing heavy and labored. It stared at my boss, and he stared back unflinching. The standoff went on for 10 seconds before it dived its way into the dumpster, pulling its body entirely inside. The noises that followed indicated to me it was devouring the contents of the trash. My boss let out a sigh, relaxing himself. "There you go. Enjoy it." With that, he turned around. I gained back control of my body just as he did, ducking out of the doorway before he saw me. I had absolutely zero clue how to process what I'd just witnessed. I remember finishing my work almost robotically and leaving the same way, not speaking to any of my coworkers on the way out. I did not return to work for a week after that. I mean, would you? I cited some illness I didn't actually have whenever they called, and I did my best to focus on other things. But money doesn't grow on trees. I had bills to pay, and given the fact that my wage was a lot better than another starting position elsewhere, I didn't have much choice but to return. My first day back, I remember wrapping around the back of the building when the sun was still high in the sky. Inconspicuously, the dumpster was where it should have been, perpendicular to the white lines on the pavement. I looked inside. It was just an empty metal bin, nothing to indicate some sort of creature had been inside of it. Granted, I didn't know what I was looking for, evidence of what I'd seen, I guess, but I found none. I knew I hadn't imagined it, though. It was simply too vivid. I debated what to do next. I could confront my boss and demand some sort of explanation, or I could even go to the authorities, police or rangers or even the FBI. I didn't know what the best angle was. As it turned out, I didn't have to make that choice for myself. When I entered the diner, everything seemed normal. One of the waitresses greeted me, and apparently upon hearing my name, my boss stumbled out of the back, stopping just past the flapping door to look at me. "We need to talk, you and I." He turned around, pacing loudly to his office. I followed, my heart sunken. One of 2 things was about to happen. Either I'd be reprimanded and possibly fired for my week-long absence, or he was about to grill me about the incident that took place the night before. I didn't know which one I preferred. "You saw it, didn't you?" That was the first line he spoke when he sat down. He didn't seem mad. There wasn't a hint of aggression in his voice. Even still, I tried to feign ignorance. Saw what?" "The garbage man." Upon him saying that, I decided to be honest. Yeah, I did. I'm sure you got a lot of questions then. Not really, no. Honestly, I don't want to know anything. He laughed then, very relaxed, obviously not at all minding that I had seen the creature. You sound like me, you know? What do you mean? I mean, when I first saw him, boss man couldn't pay me $1,000 to talk about him. I blinked at him, confused. I didn't know what to think. With that line, it seemed there was a good bit of history with whatever I'd seen that night. Before I could reply, he began to explain. Back when I first started here, right after the place had just been changed from the pharmacy or whatever it used to be, I caught my boss talking to himself whenever he took out the trash. One night I decided to follow him, just like you did, and I watched that thing come screeching out of the woods, crashing into the dumpster. The, garbage man, you mean? Yeah, the one and only. So, what is it? I don't know. He didn't either. And it eats trash? Pretty much. What's the deal? You never called the cops or anything? Why would we? I stood up about to argue how terrible and unnatural the creature I saw was with someone who was a lot more familiar with it than I, but I really didn't have anything to say. Look, I don't know what the thing is. Some sort of undiscovered animal or an alien or some crazy crap. The point is, it plays nice so long as you give it the garbage. No need to call the cops. But what if you don't? Trust me, you want to give it the garbage. That was about as far as the conversation went. I remember him telling me something about not mentioning it to us all. Not that anyone would believe me anyway, before I left his office. He never did explain what would happen if I didn't throw the trash out every evening, though. Over the next few months, I tried to do my shift work as by the book as possible. Not once did I try to accompany my boss on his garbage runs, and not once did he ask me to. But I did notice a quiet $5 seemed to be added onto my hourly wage each time I got my paycheck. We seemed to reach an understanding where neither one of us would ever mention it, and that was something I was perfectly fine with, because I thought the job was only temporary. But as you might know, those hopes are often optimistic. I finished up my school with a degree that was effectively useless considering where I lived, and so I couldn't get any jobs locally that made much more compared to what I got at the diner. So I stayed put. My day, aside from work, consisted of sending out remote applications with ZipRecruiter and Indeed to any city in drivable distance. As time went on, I eventually moved my way up through the ranks to management. Like I said, most people work here as a part-time thing, so it wasn't too hard to get promoted when the person directly above me quit. Soon enough, I was working right below my boss. Even still, we didn't talk about the garbage man. Ever. He was an older guy, you know, a good bit overweight. And so one day when we were replacing old furniture with recently upholstered diner chairs, I didn't pay too much attention to when he fell out of breath. He mumbled something about needing to lie down, and I took a look at him. His face was splotchy with red and white discoloration making weird patterns. His hands had the same effect too. The quick break turned into an incident when he found it hard to get up, and the words he was speaking became slurred. Of course, I called an ambulance. It seemed like a stroke or a heart attack, something like that. The ambulance arrived pretty quickly considering where we were, and they took him away. He never showed up after that. I didn't know if he died or just retired or whatever. We never had enough of a relationship that would facilitate me reaching out. Regardless, a week later, the owner showed up. I remember him deliberating with the staff for an hour before unofficially promoting me to the title of general manager. I recall him asking if I knew how to do everything, and I gave him a passive, yeah, just trying my best to snag the role. As it turned out, approving timesheets was a mess I really wasn't ready for. But I got through it. My first night as GM, I must have stayed till 2 a.m., filling out the overly complicated PDFs. When I got up and locked up my office, I could tell by the lights being off I was the last one there. So I made my way to the back of the building, heading out the door. The sight of the spottily painted green dumpster in front of me reminded me of what I'd forgotten: trash duty. I hadn't thought about it in so long. Considering the old boss wasn't there anymore, was I supposed to take the trash out? I checked the time on my phone. It was way past midnight. Despite me remembering now, I'd already missed the deadline. I remember growing sweaty, a little nauseous, worried about what was going to happen. My old boss's one line, about always wanting to give it the garbage, echoed through my head. Turning the corner around the building, I walked up to my car before stopping. I looked at it. My jaw dropped. It had been totally eviscerated. The inexpensive sedan looked like it had been bashed in from every direction, each door dented in, each window obliterated. Even some of the rubber around the rims was missing. In the split second my brain ran through possible explanations, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. The garbage man. It was rolling around one of the hubcapless tires effortlessly with one arm. I dropped something out of shock. I'm not sure what, probably a water bottle, and the clang it made as it hit the pavement rang out across the quiet parking lot. Immediately, the garbage man turned towards me, locking eyes on me as its toy rolled out of view. Its labored breathing seemed to ramp up, and within seconds, it was in a dead sprint towards me, galloping on all four limbs. Automatically, I took off back towards the building. Somehow, I aced the key on the first try, managing to get myself in through the back before it closed the distance. I heard the garbage man thud loudly against the door only seconds later. Further footsteps seemed to indicate it was pacing around the exit, waiting for me to leave. I sat there petrified. I knew if it really wanted to get in, at any point it could. The physique of that thing and what it had done to my car made it clear it could rip the back door off its hinges at any point. The fact that it hadn't yet made it seemed like it was waiting for something, and I was pretty sure I knew what that thing was. Grabbing the black bag out of the can, I looked at it, not at all confident. There was hardly anything inside. It looked to be mostly paper towels. I couldn't see any food scraps whatsoever. Even so, that's what I had, so I quickly knotted it, took a deep breath, and left the building, walking over to the dumpster. As soon as I exited, I could see it, standing directly to my left, looming. Its knees, now straight and unbuckled, made it look even taller than it did before. My peripheral vision could pick up saliva dripping from its mouth as it let out disgusting wheezing sounds. It stood perched, as if about to jump on me, but I didn't turn to look at it in more detail. I pressed on, only a few steps remaining. When I reached the dumpster, I threw the garbage bag into it, and not a second later, the garbage man barreled after it, jumping in and hungrily ripping the bag to shreds. I didn't even look for as much as a second before I turned around and headed back inside to the protection of the building. I watched through the dirty glass window as it ripped and teared for a good few minutes before I decided to head back into my office. I think I put some music on, tried my best to relax. Believe me, that was the very last time I was ever late with trash duty. Nowadays, I have about 20 alarms set, with 5-minute intervals leading up to 12 a.m. on my phone. Not once will I ever miss it, so long as I have this job. Not once. As for what the garbage man actually is, I haven't a clue. I don't need to know, though. We have a relationship, it and I. I give it trash, and it eats it. It's straightforward, it's simple, and it's a lot more efficient than waiting for the weekly pickup. So whenever I find myself lying awake at night, thinking too hard about it, I just remember one thing. So long as I take out the trash on time, it'll leave well enough alone. Well, hey there. I appreciate you stopping by to check on me at home. Yeah, I'm not at the break room today. I called in sick from Dead and Roasted because I think I've got a pretty bad sinus infection. So I do apologize, today's episode is shorter than usual. But do you really want sinus drainage in your coffee? You do? Well, to each their own. While I focus on getting better, I will share with you 2 especially creepy work stories. One about being nearly taken on the way home, and the other about the worst thing that can happen when flesh meets machine. Also, keep in mind, this show is about stories that happen at work, on the way to work, or on the way home from work. That's always been the rules for these stories. Yeah, I'm talking to you, guy, who left a less than favorable review on iTunes. Now, these are tales from my couch, I guess. Enjoy, and I'll be back soon and more powerful than ever as soon as Mama's chicken soup is done. Warning. The following story contains depictions of human gore. Thanks for tuning in to Tales from the Break Room, the home of the scariest true work stories. If you want to hear your story narrated by me, send it to me at eeriecast.com/submit. We pay 5 cents per word for accepted stories. Help us grow by leaving Tales from the Break Room a rating and review on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And be sure to follow us on your favorite podcast app. Check out eeriecast.com or search for EerieCast on those very same podcast apps to see our other exciting and terrifying podcasts, like Unexplained Encounters, the other show I host, where I read stories with a focus on the supernatural. To get some merch, go to eeriecast.store. And to unlock ad-free episodes of your favorite EerieCast shows and exclusive audiobooks, go to eeriecast.com/plus and consider signing up for EerieCast Plus. You can follow me on Twitter, I guess it's X now, at Prevails. You can also subscribe to me on YouTube, where I deliver the same content. Just look for Darkness Prevails. Good night. I hope we can share another break sometime soon.